Welcome back, one and all, to the Land of Sundered Crowns. The party is in the southern city of Eldenil, having just returned from a successful assault on the warehouse, offices, and lair of Mr. Dory, the city councillor. There, you discovered that Mr. Dory had at his disposal a number of strangely mutated creatures that had apparently been impacted by some form of unnatural alchemy and turned into what were essentially monstrous minions of his. You met and briefly allied with the assassin Harrid, who explained that he had been coerced into working for Dory by means of this alchemy. And after killing Mr. Dory and ransacking his office, you found, in addition to a decent amount of material wealth, a number of, a religious text with a letter that pointed toward potential avenues for further exploration, indicating that Mr. Dory himself was not the, shall we say, top rung of the cult that you know lurks within the city. So the party, having just completed that assault, has returned back to the Emperor's Rest Inn, where they are licking their wounds and preparing for what is to come. I believe when we'd ended it, you guys had just returned. It is very late at night at this point, so the common room is practically empty. Just a few of the more, shall we say, determined drunks slumped over their tables, and a rather sleepy bartender. So, are you guys heading up to your rooms for further discussion, or what exactly is everyone up to? Well, we'll start with Larium, since you are the first one that I can see on the player list.
Literally still sleeping.
Fair enough.
So this is after the long rest. He did mention, or he set it up so that a message should be being sent to Constable Jute, yes?
Yes.
Or runner?
Yes, you did. The man at the desk said that somebody would be sent at first light.
Okay. And is that person still there?
Well, currently, we ended the game with you guys I had your characters take your long rest. But is there anything that anybody wants to do, in character prior to that, or are we just skipping to the morning?
I think Lorian did everything he wanted to do.
Okay. Naira, I believe that you said that you wanted to kind of peruse the books and everything, and you were able to draw some conclusions about Mr. Dory's questionable business practices and the like. Is there anything else you wish to do before retiring for the night?
No.
Okay. Uther, Wander, anything for you guys?
Nope, I'd just head to bed with Naira.
Okay.
Nothing from me.
Okay. The night passes. The morning dawns. Not going to say bright for this being Eldenil. The light is kind of pale and milky, filtered through the fog that seems to hang eternally over the city. But you are nonetheless able to complete your long rests in the relative comfort of the Emperor's Rest Inn, and the day dawns brighter, the day dawns, and you are able to begin your day. Wander, you do see from your position as kind of sentinel, if you like, at the window. After a little while after first light, a young man does indeed leave the inn and head off in what you presume to be the direction of the city garrison. But you being the one who needs the least rest, is Wander doing anything this morning?
Um. Yeah. He'll let's see. We had to move the freezy gift from the bed for Lorium to sleep, yeah?
Yes, it was placed back on the windowsill, I believe.
Yeah, Wonder will inspect that. The little leaf.
Okay. Well, the leaf itself is actually rather large, probably about 10 inches like long, 8 or 9 inches wide. Actually, it's the shape of an oak leaf, so it's a lot longer than it is wide. So it's yeah, about 10 inches wide, maybe 4 or 5 inch, or 10 inches tall, maybe 4 or 5 inches wide, I should say, in the shape of an oak leaf. As I said, it seems to be made like the flesh of the plant, or of the leaf, the skin, if you like, is a very kind of crisp bluish white. But the veins and stem that run through it are a deep kind of almost midnight blue and form the shape of a set of scales that is imprinted on the leaf, slightly raised. The air around it, though you haven't touched it yet, the air around it has an aura of cold and frost. And indeed, you can see where it has been laying free now of its wrapping on the windowsill. There are little curlicues of frost forming on the wood around it.
I mean, to get a closer inspection, I'll pick it up.
As
Do
you
I
pick it up,
explode?
an understanding of this leaf and its function kind of seems to fill you. A little bit like when you use your magic to identify the workings of a magical item. Uh, you understand that this is an object that was attuned to you, um, almost like keyed to your soul, to the impression of you that is placed upon reality. And I will message you what you gain from your understanding.
Interesting. This is good to know. Well, he will just hold it throughout the night.
Okay.
And for the couple hours or hours, so however long it would take for Lorium to wake up.
Yeah, I mean, you did this immediately after you saw the person leave, so that was very soon after first light. You guys were up rather late last night with your assault on Mr. Door's warehouse. So, probably does take a couple of hours until Lorian begins to stir. But before then, Uther, being a half-elf, need less sleep than the others. Are you going to do anything when you wake up, or just head down and order your customary breakfast?
Head down, order breakfast for everyone.
Okay.
And then
Um,
just sit in the table like madmen in the 1950s and smoke a cigarette and drink a coffee, waiting for everyone to come down.
This went on for several hours.
basically. um, okay. Nara, for your part, you are burrowed under your covers. So, Lorian, you awaken and stir, sitting up in your bed to see that Wander has picked up the leaf and is holding in his hand, apparently considering it.
Good morning, Shield.
Hello.
see you finally accepted your gift.
Yes.
Does it not hurt you?
No.
Well, it wasn't meant for you. It's cold as shit. Hope it doesn't fuck with you. It looks cool. All right. I'm gonna get dressed. You can watch if you want. I don't care. And he started putting on.
Why you gotta make it weird, man?
Just two bros sharing a room together.
Just two bros chilling in a tavern room.
Anyway, um, eventually, I'm going to assume you guys all assemble downstairs. As you're kind of beginning to assemble and tuck into the spread that has been laid out for you, everybody please give me perception checks.
Himbo powers go, right?
They did activate.
They activated you, yes. Oh, I don't see the digital dice anymore.
Oh, really? You should. I can see them. Is everybody else seeing the dice rolled?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. Something happened? No, no. I'll figure it out.
You may need to adjust the settings. Oh, okay. Wow. Fucking hell. You may need to adjust the settings on the Dice So Nice module. But anybody that got an 18, so actually everybody except for Lorium,
L.
is able, as you guys are sitting and talking, you hear a kind of not a disturbance, shall we say, but activity outside. The tramp of a large contingent of armored men moving past a little ways further down the street. And a few minutes after this, somebody arrives into the tavern, and you see them lean in, begin to essentially exchange gossip, you believe, with the staff of the tavern. Gossip which very quickly spreads, and anybody that got an 18 or over, you hear the news that news of Mr. Dory's of the fate of Mr. Dory and his warehouse has spread, and that a large contingent of the town guard have been ordered there under the command Captain Connell has essentially taken a large contingent of the town guard down there under his personal command at the order of Lady Thornwell is the specific name that is vocalized in several of the conversations that you overhear, but the town council in general is referenced as taking control of the situation.
Hmm.
It's gonna be fun.
And Lorium, since you were the one who requested that the message be sent, go ahead and roll me a d6.
Oh. 1.
This is a good number for sure.
It's very shortly after this gossip begins to spread that the runner that was sent this morning, Warner, you recognize the young man who returns, looking rather kind of frazzled and impatient, enters back into the tavern, moves over toward the bar where they spend a few minutes conversing with the kind of Amazonian innkeeper before she directs them back over to you. And he moves over and kind of bobs his head a little bit as he approaches. He goes, Mr. Actually, Lorium, have you given your name here? Or have you been content just to be kind of part of the Lion's Bane party?
Actually, now that you mention it, I don't think he has.
No? Okay. He would just he kind of comes up to you and he just goes, Mr. Sorry, sir?
Mm.
Uh, I I was sent to the city garrison. You said that there was a message for Constable Jute. I'm afraid she has been ordered away on duty, sir. I did leave a message saying that the Lion's Bane party wish to speak to her at the Emperor's Rest, but they didn't know when she would be available.
Gotcha. Oh, sorry. Were we aware of what was going on?
Yes, well, Wander definitely heard the passage of a large group of armored people, like a little ways down the street. Um, and then both Naira and Uther were also aware, several minutes later, of the arrival of a group from that had basically just come into the tavern for their breakfast. And we're now spreading gossip that Mr. Dory's warehouse. There's a number of different versions of the story of everything from it's burnt down to monsters got in and slaughtered everybody. And the city council, but the thing that all agree on is that the city council have now basically descended upon the place with the town guard, and taken control of the scene.
Let's go there, guys. Kidding.
Oh yeah.
Phone's ringing.
Ignore it.
Or he'll just say to the ram, thank you for doing your duty. You know, hand him like 3 silver.
He's like, oh, thank you, sir. Any other messages you need sent? Just, I'm your man.
Please don't be a kiss ass, please.
Right. And he scurries off.
Well then in that case he'll walk back to the group, and or I guess he's just sitting down, so he'll just look at everybody. Well, that didn't take long.
No, I mean, to be fair, hopefully they see quite the things he had lying about and around. That place was its own horror show.
I mean, the big manticore should be confusion as fuck, and all the fish people. Even the fucking what the hell was that thing? A big crab zombie fucker. You told me what it was, and he points at Nara.
Crab zombie.
Flesh golem.
I think you're talking about the flesh golem, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that thing. Crab golem.
it's a disgusting construct.
Pretty cool.
Ugh.
But wanted to talk to Jude about it, but yep. Seems like everybody and their mother's over there.
Uh, do you think it's important that we make an appearance there or avoid it?
A concerned, confused, and conflicted look, and then just a shrug. That's all you get out of him.
But we're so used to Uncle Lorium's motivational speeches.
Are you? Do I
At
ever
the-
give motivational speeches? I don't think
the-
so.
Top of the morning, we're always. It's just.
Top of the morning to you. No. Not doing that. He's eating bacon and petting Valko with his knee.
Naira is sitting with her hands in her lap, and probably like twisting a napkin.
Oh, door?
That napkin is now entirely twisted. So much like a fuse on a grenade, uh, I think it means it's ready. What bomb you gonna drop? What knowledge you gonna let us in on?
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I just
Have something on your mind?
wanted to occupy my hands.
He blinks. Your house? Wait, like your old one? Or do you still own it? Like what do you mean exactly?
Hands. And she. My claws? She holds up her.
Yes.
And she laughs.
She is Uther looks utterly confused. It's a common look on his face.
And I'll give him a kiss on the cheek.
Does that mean I did it right?
So, what is the plan, gentlemen?
Lighthouse, if I'm remembering correctly, that might be something worth looking into, as well as that place. Although we might as well too have some guards looking for us, because I imagine, firstly, we might want to sending our dear friend within the guard, as the captain might have taken her hostage as punishment for being contacted with us in some way. And I think it might be a fair play to an ally to see if she's in all good condition.
Yes,
Uh,
that.
that being said, this is where we're going to see how some of the other alliances lie out. Because I think that guard captain might also now be nearing to the top of the problem list. But with that, I think we also must need,
You cut out there.
so to say, we'll need undeniable proof, so to say. We don't really want to look as anything but heroes when you take down guard captains.
Just for my own sake, I did message Rephram the other day, right?
You did, yeah. I believe you sent that message yesterday, and
Yeah.
he and Sunshine was sent for him basically yesterday afternoon. So you would expect him back this morning.
Okay, cool.
But he is several miles away from the city, so depending on when he set out, he will arrive at some point this morning. And actually, when Lorian gets back, we may or may not be delving into that.
Hmm. Okay, because that was one of my concerns. But if
Hmm.
that's being dealt with in the future, then that's it.
But yes, okay, you can certainly, you know, the option to message Constable Jute is open. Um, the message that was returned was specifically that she was on deployment, not there was a specific explanation in case that changes the plan at all. But we will wait for Lorium to return, and then unless somebody has something they would like to do straight away.
We've never actually seen any of the other council members, right?
Correct.
And they don't have like a. I guess we haven't asked, so. But
Well,
just
they don't have a.
they don't have a like an open forum kind of thing. Like nobody just goes in and talks to them. They have to kind of be assembled.
Yes, very much so. What you have from like just the understanding you have gained from talking to people about the way that the city works and stuff like that is that the council members, when they did assemble, um, well, previously they had tended to do that at Dwellin Manor, it being the most kind of luxurious, but typically they basically would meet at a agreed upon location. There was not like a specific town council hall that was open to the public or anything like that. Um, and yeah, and if a member of the public wished to speak with them, they would essentially have to go and basically petition for access.
Okay. And now there's, in lieu of me pulling up my list because slow internet. There's
Mhm.
three.
Correct. There are 3 members of the council left that you are aware of. Ms. Tazan Sliris, Lady Rashlin, and Lady Thornwell.
And Thornwell was the one that was sort of opposing Dory's taking over of the investigation.
Yes, she was known to be at loggerheads with Mr. Dory on several subjects. And yeah, did specifically object to his ownership, if you like, of the Lantern murders. But she also has a reputation as being essentially a demon-abiding sorceress. Is how you have heard several more credulous members of the town refer to her.
Which called me crazy, but that sounds like a warlock, right?
Is that you asking God or is that Naira proposing to us?
Naira would be proposing that, but just thinking about Lady Thornwell.
Give me an insight check.
Inside the room.
Insight God.
Above average.
Probably enough. The the people that you had heard these rumors from did not exactly strike you as the kind of people that would know a wand from a focus. Not the most, shall we say, educated in arcane matters. So it wouldn't necessarily be fair to draw any conclusions about the nature of her abilities based on their account of them.
Okie doke.
And we don't know when those rumors started, do we?
No. But if you wish to spend some time this morning gathering information and talking to the public, that is an option.
Then Wander will propose to the 2 more talkative people of the group. Say, it may be worth learning when the rumors about Thornwell started.
Not a bad idea.
And who they were spread by and their affiliation.
It could be slander from Dory's side.
Damn, buddy, you're always just one tick ahead of me, aren't you?
No. I was gonna go for the we finished each other, the joke for that. This is too much.
But Wander doesn't need.
Wander's not smart.
It's at around about this time that Lorium, you feel Sunshine's presence starting to become more evident in your mind. She has re-entered the range of your telepathic awareness of her.
He will question if she brought a rider.
You
Okay,
receive an affirmation. She doesn't so much speak in words, more so
Yeah.
kind of just feelings and concepts, but basically she answers with affirmative.
Gotcha. He will just turn to everybody else and say, "Well, seems like Repham's here. About a mile out. Sunshine's got him, so she'll be here in probably about 5 to 7 minutes at a slow gallop."
You hear basically in your mind, you receive the idea of an inept rider.
Damn.
Shade from the horse. That's gotta
Boy
hurt.
just got called inept.
You get the impression that she is being held to rather less than her preferred pace.
Alright, never mind. It's gonna be a little bit.
No.
As you
Just
just
tell her,
did.
tell her to kick it up. Tell her to kick it up. Be like, go faster. Out of nowhere.
Honestly, girl, you should just scare the shit out of him as long as you can hold on. You all
Yes.
hear him say that out loud.
You get the horsey equivalent of a chuckle back, along with a very enthusiastic "Yes, sir."
Alright, maybe we should take him up to the room. Have a more discreet chat. As he looks to all of you.
You're talking about when Rephram gets here, or?
Yeah. We're totally going to use him as a scapegoat, right? We're going to take him straight to the place and be like, "This is the guy."
Oh, I was thinking we were gonna torture him just for fun.
Oh, we're the heroes. This is the guy. This is the one who did it. By the way, that looks pretty sus. Okay. Triggered Tyler.
But yeah, I mean, that sounds wise.
Yeah, I'm known for my wisdom. Yep, go
At
on.
least before leaving. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. This went on for several hours.
God damn it. Then he'll look towards Naira and Uther. And so when do we all say our next destination is? Or where, rather? Should we try to talk to more of the council about this?
I think I might want to check the lamp house or lighthouse first.
I was about to say, lamp house is a brothel. Just like, well, it is now.
Yep.
Can you do that water walking thing today, Wander? Might save us a little bit of time.
To walk there?
You guys do know as well from your time in the city, there are basically ferries for hire absolutely everywhere. Almost every jetty has some scruffy looking man with a boat lounging around as essentially a water taxi. So if you did wish to simply cut across, that is an option available.
He would nod, as well as, you know, if the guard decides to just turn and start chasing all of us at once. It could be kind of nice to be able to run across water in a town such as this.
Holy shit, would you look at that? I did. I will be changing nothing, and I will say, yes, I did.
Will you use it on all of us?
The slowest, most audible head turn you've ever seen.
As in a no?
No, as in he turns to look at her and he just goes,
Oh.
yes. The slowest, most audible head turned back.
Just seeing the Uther sitting next to Naira as his head turns back, going, yes.
Yes, we get the Jesus powers.
Wait, I'm sorry. I know you just said, but I'm fucking dumb. Why do you want to walk on water?
We gotta go see the lighthouse. And it also gives us a chance to come around towards the scene in an unexpected way.
And
As on the map he would show, then we could essentially come up over here and then cut across from here, go check this out, and then this way. Because they won't be looking for us down here. Because I've been pretty obviously, we've been playing in the bar up where we're at.
we
I'm
can,
sure, but
if I
Go on.
remember correctly, in the book, or in the, it was in a book that or a journal that I saw the information
yeah,
about the
on the
Father's Lamp,
lighthouse.
right?
Yeah, it was a piece, a letter that had been placed into the cover of a book of prayers.
Yeah. Okay.
Um, but yeah, the prayers were apparently dedicated to a being known as Quintazadun, and who they acknowledged as the herald of something called the hunger, or the great maw, or the consumer.
Oh no.
Sorry.
A
That was
message was just sent.
no, I thought of something stupid. Anyway, now I was gonna say in that letter, it didn't actually tell us to go to the lighthouse, but I guess somewhere nearby, somewhere in the shadow of. That's right, right?
Yeah, the specific wording, because you've got the letter at your disposal, was this book contains all the invocations and prayers you'll need in the truth, Mr. Dory. The hunger's faithful servants are wary of new converts. But learn the words, and you shall be uplifted when all else is devoured. Seek their pulpit in the evening shadow of Frother's lamp. Bring worthy tribute, and you shall be welcomed. Prove yourself unworthy, and you shall be consumed by his presence. Praise be to the herald of truth, Quintazadun.
Hmm.
So it makes sense to me. Tell me if I'm wrong. Um, but we could go investigate nearby before it gets to the evening and see if we can locate where this shrine or whatever might be later.
I mean, yeah.
Well, if it says where the, you know, in the shadows of it at night, depending on how literal they're being with their hint, he would, it would be on this side of it, you know, sun setting in the west.
I was about to say, yeah, you could just guesstimate the shade.
Yeah, yeah. That. Sorry, was that not clear? I was saying we should go to that area.
It was. I just wanted to make it seem like I had the same idea.
Oh, okay.
Let's go there, right meow.
Well, Referum.
Well, after, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
your friend shows up.
Well, we could bring him, but it's probably not a great idea.
And
Type, bro.
at that point, from outside, you're what? Oh, oh, oh. And you see Sunshine standing rather proudly, prancing slightly outside of the dim, dirty windows of the common room. And rather stiffly and awkwardly, Master Rephram gets up from underneath her. Oh, oh,
Hey, there's my girl.
oh.
He'll walk out and just pat Sunshine.
It's like, hello again. Thank you for the uh, loan of your rather spirited mount.
Yeah, she totally likes you.
Well, that is a relief. Good, good horsey. Uh,
Kicks
Thank
him.
you for coming to get me.
But
It's like, I hear that. Well, your message said that you believed you had resolved at least some of the danger in the city. I must admit to a level of curiosity
Sir?
as to what has transpired.
Hold on,
Sir.
just wait. Yep, there you go. Take it away, boss.
I think we should probably take this conversation maybe upstairs. And she nods.
Yes, certainly. Please lead on.
Naira will go.
Okay, and yeah, he follows you up to the room, rather rather stiffly, as though he's somewhat like fatigued from the ride and quite saddle sore, but lowers himself onto the bed once you've entered the room. He's like, oh, I must admit it's been some time since I've had the pleasure of riding, and certainly never such a spirited mount. Ah,
Yeah, she likes to go fast.
she's a fine steed. But please, tell me what's happened.
Lauren will look at our group investigator.
Well, kind of a lot. Uh, do I know that he's an alchemist, right?
Yes. I mean, Lorium and Wander, you guys shared the details of your excursion to Egypt. So yeah, you know that he not only is he a alchemist by trade, but he also has a measure of divine magic at his disposal.
And Lorium will introduce both Naira and Uther to him.
And yeah, upon introductions, how do you introduce them?
This feisty little bitch right here is Naira. She's our boss. And this is this is Devil, but you can call him Uther.
A pleasure, Naira, Uther. My name is Master Rephram. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You have most stalwart companions.
We do indeed. And she'll get out one of the sort of alchemical concoctions that we picked up from Dory's warehouse.
Okay.
And say, do you think you could help us understand what's in this?
He kind of takes it and
what it's
examines
supposed to
it.
do. Do be careful. I don't know if it seems like exposure to the skin is quite hazardous.
Oh my. Well, in that case, I would prefer to examine it with my equipment. If my workshop is still intact, following my absence, then would you be prepared to accompany me there?
And Naira will look at the rest of the group.
I kind of think you should just fill him in on the possibilities of stuff here. And then we go.
Uh, it's fine that we examined it at your laboratory, but yes, there's quite a lot to go over.
Yes, I imagine so.
And we have to go through that area to get there.
Mhm.
Or we could
Yeah.
go around.
We could go around, but still.
Are you aware of the commotion at Dory's warehouse?
No, Councillor Dory, well, I have been out of the city for several days now. I have not heard any news.
Yes. Well, he was involved in. Guys, help me out. I don't know.
The murders.
Oh, Pillars.
Okay, we could be blunt, sure.
Gonna go with active God.
That's all
but
I am.
Like, what has happened? How did you discover this?
there was some rather nasty things within the warehouse. There was Wyvern and what were those other things called? The nasty octopus men.
I don't know if they
He-
actually have a name. I think they're caused by what's ever in that vial.
I just call them fish people.
Sure, fish people works.
Yes. Ah, and he seems to like suddenly just kind of very carefully puts down the vial.
Wait,
But
hold
before
on.
that,
What is the scientific classification for, like, cuttlefish?
Huggy Fishicus.
Cuttlefish, not cuttlefish.
Sorry.
I wouldn't call him a merperson, perhaps a mutant.
Sepida.
Oh, so it's a Sapita man. Sounds like Spider-Man.
Anyway, sorry to derail.
Oh no. But let me say, but before all that, actual evidence leading up to it was a use of magic after catching one of those assassin folk.
Goodness. There
Turned
were
out to be
assassins?
one of the fish people. Yep, there were a couple of them.
Oh, well, I am
learned
glad that they
were
did not
sent by Dory.
succeed. Well, and is he in custody now? What has happened?
All right, now should I be blunt?
Yes.
All right, he did.
Oh. Oh well. You certainly have been busy. I mean, if he was behind the murders, then I suppose that is all to the good. I cannot say that his, what shall we say, stewardship of the alchemical quarter has endeared him to me, but goodness.
I mean, their weird potion shit seemed to turn him into something not entirely humanoid.
Yes,
No.
well,
I'm sorry. Actually, I was wondering if you, before you obviously had to go out of town, are you aware of any, oh, I don't know, secret societies, or have you heard any rumors of people, maybe your peers, being involved in something?
Societies. He seems to be trying to think through some things, and starts kind of asking you several questions to try and gauge what exactly it is, the kind of thing that you're looking for. Like he starts to talk about kind of street gangs and things like that. Roll me an investigation check with advantage to basically try and guide his memories and recollections to any kind of useful information.
You said investigation?
Yeah.
27.
Nice.
Jesus.
You are basically able to kind of take his questions, gain a little bit of insight into the kind of direction his mind is going, and guide him through a conversation for a few minutes. And after a little while, he kind of he's sort of scratching the bald spot at the front of his head and just goes, well, something that I think might fit the bill. There were I do what I can for the unfortunates of the city. And not long ago there were a number of rather stout gentlemen that had fallen on hard times. And, well, I had begun, I thought, to begin to make a connection with them. But suddenly they rejected my assistance. They began to spend. I believe that they had moved from their accustomed place, where I used to see them. What shelter they had been able to find on the streets. That they moved, left toward the crumbling isle in the south. They said that there was. All that they would tell me was that they had found someone there who appreciated them for their talents. I must confess I do not really know what they meant. But in terms of society that may be recruiting people, and well, what you've shared of your encounter with the, would you have told him about your encounter with the Edge Runners?
Hmm.
up to y'all, I was there.
Not unless it would have come up. Like,
Okay.
she wouldn't have actively brought it up.
Okay. He says, well, I mean, there are any number of gangs and the like that usually openly recruit, but, well, those who become affiliated with those kinds of, I hesitate to call them organizations, but groups are usually proud of their membership. But these fellows were curiously reticent. There were I have a number of them over the last few months that followed the similar pattern. I wish I could be of more help, but, well,
No,
I have.
it's fine. I'm just thinking things through.
Yes. I have a reputation as something of a do-gooder in the city, which has its boons, but means that many doors are closed to me.
Honestly, sir, that's a good problem to have.
I suppose.
Never heard someone being disliked for being too nice.
Oh, you haven't?
Heard of people more taking advantage of them, but not outright shunning them. This place is weird.
I think, yes, it has sadly fallen on hard times in the last few years.
And
Well,
out of curiosity, have you heard anybody referring to, I don't know, a great hunger?
hmm. There was a fellow that, yes, and he seems to think for a moment, and he goes, what was it? Darius, yes. Reverend Darius. He ran a temple of the pillars here in Eldenil several years ago, but he grew sadly disturbed. I had begun to, I had sadly begun to consider having him committed to Hopener for his own protection, given his erratic behavior. He had begun to, but he disappeared. He had begun to neglect his duties as a cleric and would go on the most disturbing rants, talking about the coming destruction, the crumbling of all into, could have sworn, I do not remember the precise words that he used, it was years ago, but he did speak of an all-consuming hunger that would devour the world. He seemed to believe that there would be some sort of revelation that accompanied it.
That was years ago.
Yes, say maybe 3 or 4 years ago now when he disappeared. I believed that at the time that sadly the decay of the city had just become too much for him. He was always shall we say, a sensitive soul, ill-suited to life here.
And he hasn't been seen at all since?
Not that I have been able to see. I have asked several members of the guard who were familiar with him, and, well, sadly, they have. I cannot say that they are precisely universal in their coverage of the city, but sadly, no. Not that I have heard.
I want to know who you got that from. Were you well acquainted with him?
Not too well. We would work together occasionally in our efforts to give succor to the poor and downtrodden of this place. But, well, we moved in rather different circles. He held his temple was on the central aisle, which he indicates as this one. So sadly, rather removed from my workshop, but we were acquainted.
'Cause that's a funny thing. Maybe there's, 3 years ago. Probably doesn't have any belongings over there anymore, does he?
Oh, no, his temple has fallen into a rather sorry state of disrepair. It is now, well, mostly simply a haunt for squatters or, well, I suppose in some way at least it is still providing shelter to those who need it.
I'll just look at Naira. I was thinking of maybe scrying on him.
I
So that
think
could
that's
be
a
an interesting lead.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Scrying? You have that ability?
Hell no.
Oh,
Oh, well.
You both. Oh.
Well.
We know people who can.
Ah, I see. Well, I mean, it would potentially be worth a shot. I had thought that he had simply passed away. It is unfortunately not unheard of for the disturbed to, well, simply fall into the harbor and be unable to be recovered.
Could have been devoured by a great ball.
Oh, tell us. I do hope not.
Speaking of Naira, tell us the contents of the letter. Or the note?
Yes,
Hmm.
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I know this is way into the future from this time. That note does make it seem like you need a sacrifice or some shit.
I did not remember that, so I'm pulling it back up.
It's in
Uh,
campaign journal above your.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Bring worthy tribute, and you shall be welcomed. Prove yourself unworthy, and you shall be consumed by his presence. Praise be to the herald of truth, Quintazadun.
So I mean, that could be, but it could also very well be like just enough gold. Um, like if it
Yeah, I hope
was
so.
worshiping a dragon or something, it might be trying to contribute to its hoard. I don't know.
Yeah, I just always think of worst case first.
But honestly, I mean, with the Great Hunger or whatever, it's just. And Naira puts, she sort of pinches the bridge of, or what would be the bridge of her nose. This is, honestly, this is exhausting.
Hey, you got to perk up. You got a lot of people looking up to you. As he
Mhm.
looks down at you. We all need you and your optimism and that big fucking brain of yours.
Naira sort of half grins and then says, "So, our problem is that we still don't have the hard evidence that I think will convince a corrupt government. And I don't
Well,
know how to get it."
so his workshop, or whatever the fuck that thing was, is still filled with all those vials.
Yeah.
Mayhaps we can help Rephram here identify some of that shit. You also do have to identify. I guess that might work. I don't know. And then link it back to the source. I wanted our old friend, unfortunate as he was, to maybe be able to speak on that, but yep, shit happens when you party naked.
Master Reference just kind of looking quite bewildered, um, back and forth between you, the group of you. Like, well, I mean, if there is any way that I can contribute to discovering evidence of wrongdoing, I shall certainly be happy to assist.
Hmm.
And
If you can figure out whatever that potion is, it seemed to affect them over a long term, continuing to change them into a worse state, with some type of narcotic element to it as well. So
How
you'd
many
be
vials did you take, by the way?
2.
2. Okay. Then please roll me 2d4.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
They have been improperly stored, and now we will die.
A 1 and a 4. So
Okay.
whatever was gonna happen is definitely gonna happen.
No.
And have you given both vials to Rephram?
No, I gave 1.
Okay. Um, says, well, it certainly does sound as though you have been most busy. And well, yes, I shall certainly be more than happy to examine this substance at my workshop. Shall we make our way there?
Yeah, that could work. But which of the council do you think would be more likely to listen to a couple of do-gooders? I mean, it sounds like Thornwell already was at odds with them.
And he sort of frowns for a moment and crosses his arms and goes, She may not be a bad place to approach. She is, well, she is not what I would call a do-gooder herself, but she always struck me as, well, sensible, if nothing else. I cannot say that I have really interacted with her a great deal, but, well, I have seen her speak at several council events, and what I have been able to glean from the rumors that surround her, she is certainly intelligent. I believe she studied for a while in Vanya, at the towers there. So she is certainly learned, and well, though she is, I cannot say that she is, well, incorrupt, because this is Eldenil after all, but she never seemed interested in common graft in the way that perhaps Dory or Silzus was. Where? Ah.
Lauren would just look at everybody else.
Now, if we are to accompany you to your shop, how long do you think it would take?
I think it's not a bad idea to go see what he can figure out right now, unless we want to cut to the tower right this minute and catch up with him later after he's done a little bit of discovering. Although, either way, I think we should probably walk him there
Okay.
Yeah.
just to be on the safe side.
Thank you. I would certainly appreciate the escort. As for how long it would take me, perhaps an hour for a thorough initial investigation. I mean, in matters of science, there is no such thing as enough time, I suppose. There is always more to learn. But an hour or two, I think, would be sufficient to draw some initial conclusions.
Any way we could help with that?
Well, my workshop is rather well stocked in terms of reagents and equipment, or at least, well, I hope it still is. But, well, are any of you versed in the alchemical arts?
Out of curiosity, what would I have to roll to see
He
if
just
I
looks
knew?
towards Nairo, raising an eyebrow. You
um,
remember meeting anyone that was?
um, I would say Arcana would probably be the most applicable, because your training was not specifically in alchemy. It's going to be kind of a decently high DC to see if you like how well you would be able to assist, but
Then Naira will say, I might be spare set of hands.
like, well, your assistance would be most welcome. Then, well, shall we head there now? Please, if we could walk or take a boat, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, gotcha. You want to ride a horse again?
No, thank you. That is, I am not the greatest of horsemen.
Do we want Valko to stay here and continue to watch the cart or the carriage? Or do we want to bring him with?
We could bring him with if you'd like. Sunshine can stay.
But Sunshine helps in fights.
She does help in fights. Falco could help in fights too. He actually has more HP than Sunshine.
Not until I have a promise from Wander.
I'm just saying, I got this exotic saddle built specifically for Falco that is still on his back.
You could just like put that in the carriage.
I mean, yeah, that's a good
Like,
point. That's a good point.
You've got a
Dad.
thing for carrying stuff
That's
now.
literally a good point, Dad. He's going to do that. Shit's 40 pounds.
Just complaining about having to carry this shit around all the time. We're just like, you can literally put it down.
Man, it's gonna be tragic if this carriage gets stolen. Anyway.
We'll find them.
Yeah, we'll locate object it and kill everybody. So
I
yeah.
suggest we take a boat.
I mean, she literally has guard dogs. I mean, they ain't built for shit, but they're there. So we could bring both.
And both it is.
And all the votes were cast. All one of them.
Every single one.
I'm ready.
I said I suggest we take a boat.
Oh.
Oh.
I
a
was
boat,
confused.
not a boat.
Well, I mean, the talkie people, you know. Talkie people better get a boat.
You better get a boat, but good luck putting Sunshine in a boat, depending on how big they are. So I might just run around the other way.
Okay, or we can go the long way.
I feel like with Wander and Sunshine and Lorium, we might sink the boat.
Depending on the
Just
size of the boat.
walking, and just have all of us run across the water. Sunshine
That is
being a kelpie.
So extra.
It would be.
So
Hey
anyway,
guys,
yes,
let's not draw attention to ourselves. Anyway,
Mhm.
water walk.
we are heading around to Repham's workshop.
Okay.
Preferably through this direction. Sorry, it's not that far of a deviation.
Detour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna avoid the area around Dory's warehouse.
Yes.
That's just
Okay.
my boat.
It's a good boat.
That was one of the
you-
reasons that Naira wanted to go by boat. She wanted to just avoid that area entirely.
Mhm.
You make your way down toward the through the high aisle, down through the alchemist quarter and toward Refren's workshop. As you pass through the alchemist quarter, you do see that you don't see anything too untoward or unusual, given that you are avoiding the area of the city around Dory's warehouse. There doesn't seem to be a particularly large, much more activity or unusual activity compared to the norm. And you make your way through kind of fetid streets and kind of cloying mist that always hovers over this place, and find yourself eventually outside the familiar to Wander and Lorium, at least, low house of Master Refram. As you approach, you see that the heavy door does show signs as though somebody has tried to force it, but it's quite solidly built and apparently did not yield to the attempt. The house itself, you realize, is for Eldenil quite actually a secure looking structure. The walls, rather than being made of wood or anything like that, are of stone. And the door, as I mentioned, is this thick wooden iron shod affair. that Master Rephram approaches and seems a little bit relieved as he places his hand on the marks by the door jamb and just like, well, I suppose everything seems to be in order. Reaches into her pocket and comes out with a rather large key, and he kind of unlocks.
Was your door like this before you left?
Well, some of these are fresh, but sadly, yes.
Oh.
And he says, well, do come in, come in. And he steps inside, and you see him kind of make a couple of gestures, and a small flame appears that he touches to a couple of lanterns as he moves inside. Like, come in.
Naira is such an absolute sweetheart. Look at that. Casamindi.
I cast mending on cracks in the door.
He's like, oh, remarkable. Thank you kindly, my lady.
Oh, it's no trouble. And she'll follow when she's done doing what she can.
Okay. Because I very much appreciate it. It's been some time since it's been since it's looked like this. Still, now let me see what I can do. And he moves in and moves past these shelves, taking a couple of books down as he does so. Saying, come, do follow me.
And yeah, she'll finish off one more thing. She's just a second more, and then she'll come on in and say, I only study. I wasn't particularly interested in alchemy at school, but I did take a few classes. It was expected.
I was like, you are an educated lady. Where did you study?
Sorveni?
Solveni. In Perona. I haven't had the pleasure of being myself, but I hear it's a marvelous city.
And she beams. She says, "Oh yes, no, it was absolutely incredible." And then her face sort of falters a bit, but then
It's like, please, do come through to the workshop.
And
he moves through to the back room.
sorry, my character sheet was in the way.
Oh, you're good? It's like, come, do join me. To all of you.
Oh, all the way around. Okay. Yes.
We're all special.
We're all special this time.
You should also just be able to cross over there. I didn't worry about building out any walls.
No, you're right.
We're being way in
character.
character. Meanwhile,
Hey man, I know, guys, I appreciate it. He just says, please, I don't have many chairs back here. It's usually just me, but those crates should be sturdy enough. Or on the railing is fine, if you prefer. Now, may I see the substance?
I gave you a vial already?
Oh, he handed that back for the journey.
Oh, okay. So she will hand it back.
Okay. And he goes, okay, well, let's begin. And he pulls on a rather thick set of leather gloves and lays out a selection of tools. Starts getting like a little kind of chemistry setup going after lighting a fire.
Naira is wearing her gloves as well.
Goes, right, well, let's begin with a general assessment of its qualities then, shall we? And he will...
Guidance.
Wait.
I
No,
don't do
guidance,
that.
okay.
I don't do that. Kidding.
Hey, he doesn't do that. Yeah,
The
there's-
paladin.
Norium coughs and Wander goes, oh, right.
1 second, there is
Been
a issue
Guido'd.
there. There we go. Okay.
So you wanted an Arcana check?
Yes, please do roll me an Arcana.
16.
16. Okay. And Wander, do you cast guidance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which means if it explodes, I have to be right here. So
On just him, or do I roll a d4?
I guess you could cast it on both. Yeah.
I can only do it on one person because it's concentration.
Fair enough. Okay. Okay, so he is rolling with advantage plus 1d4.
Hmm.
21. So he spends quite some time like putting out little drops of this into various containers, mixing it with other reagents and applying heat and other types of kind of catalysts to them, keeping up a constant stream of just kind of muttering jargon that Naira only you are able to catch even a portion of. A lot of, it's all very kind of technical, alchemical jargon terms as he talks about like the basic elements, the fundamental kind of properties of the substance and things like that.
As this
And
goes on,
Mhm.
Naira watches him in like both open fascination and wonder if he's talking about stuff that I don't understand.
Some of it, yeah, like you are definitely more versed in general arcana than him. You can tell just from like hanging around him for a little while, and his reaction to some of the magics that you've cast in his presence. But this evidently is an area in which he is a subject matter expert.
She loves it. She's enjoying herself immensely.
Can everyone else hear Naira? Because like I haven't been able to hear Naira for a bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, I
through
can.
Discord.
Huh.
So
Oh,
everyone else
Weird.
can. It's a me
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
That's why I
happens.
tried disconnecting and reconnecting because I was like, obviously Naira's talking. What the hell? Because there was
Huh.
other times I was like, I'm not sure. She's being really quiet, and then it's like, no, I'm literally not hearing her. And even when
can you hear me now? I was, yes.
Oh, now none of us can hear her.
Oh,
Oh
good.
Oh,
oh
you,
no,
you
I
spoke
broke
the
it.
curse to all of us.
no.
Don't say it. Don't think it.
Oh, it might be the issue that was happening to me earlier. Try joining Discord through your browser.
Oh no.
Hmm?
Because a couple of months ago,
Did that work? Damn it. I'm doing it.
like how we can all hear it. Like, wait, this is weird. She leaves, goes back. No, no one.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
No.
no. Oh, hey.
Hello.
Aha.
Speak. Do not stop.
I'm not stopping?
Good.
Yes, excellent. Okay, we can hear it.
What happened?
We pray.
I have no idea.
We prayed. It was a USB port.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
They do work.
Well, I noticed, and it's still happening on my end, but not by as much, but there seems to be a desync of when I start speaking and when I see the green highlight say that it's picking me up, and it was like several seconds, like a good 5 or 6
Dang.
seconds. And I noticed that before we started game, but I didn't think it was going to be a problem. Guess it is.
What's your ping on the connection?
I don't know.
It's the little bars underneath the chats. It should say like video connected, and then if you go to the bars and hover over it, it should show you your ping.
Oh, yeah. I'm at 12 milliseconds, but
So I'd assume she's at the same thing.
12.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not that. That's weird. Input issue.
oh well. I mean, either way, it's working now.
Yay!
uh, and so yes, after almost an hour of this experimentation and examination, he's constantly like he's got several books that are open on the table that he's referencing, and kind of he'll be like, okay, and that's the referral root and grind and add it in, going through several of these experiments. And at the end, looks like he's cross-referencing his notes with a kind of compendium, and then he goes, "Well, this substance, it does not appear to be a potion precisely. Potentially, I obviously, it could be used to create a number of rather powerful effects, but this." In and of itself, I believe to be a troublingly pure example of a naturally occurring acid. Very strong. Were it not contained in the vial, it would eat through practically anything.
Where does this acid naturally occur?
He goes, with the qualities that this one has. And he rolled a 21, so he's able to say this. So well done on that guidance. He goes,
Nice.
Good.
the qualities that this possesses, I believe this to be the secretions of a black dragon.
Yes.
And Naira's gonna go, see, I told you about the horde.
That's still not
What, sorry?
news.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
And you say that Mr. Dory had a great quantity of this in his possession?
Quite a
like
lot,
10
yes.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
And this was the stuff people were rubbing on their skin?
Something like this. It did seem similar. You're not certain if it was the same substance.
Because the substance was also in that pool, right?
It seemed similar,
Mm.
but again, you would need to have taken several different samples would need to be examined to determine if it was the same.
I took you off my boots and dump the excess. I'm kidding.
You realize your skin has been gone for hours.
Speaking of.
And then she will get out the other vial that she picked
Oh.
up.
Goodness.
And can you tell me if this is the same as that? They looked the same to me, but
You rolled a 16 on your Arcana check before. This time, he goes, well, well, if you don't mind the wait, I could run the similar batch of tests. Your assistance would of course be more than welcomed.
Of course. If you guys don't mind.
No, this is interesting.
Oh, I
Okay.
agree.
Then go ahead and roll your Arcana with advantage this time, because you are now more familiar with these processes and kind of the different experiments that are being run.
Oops.
So one of them's getting Guido. Which one needs Guido?
You pick. It's your Guido.
Oh,
That is unfortunate.
me?
Nope.
I still helped.
You did.
Yay!
The 15 is not bad by any stretch.
It really isn't. It's
For
only-
Naira,
15 was
it's
the
terrible.
15 was the DC to lower the DC that he had to hit to draw certain conclusions.
Oh, well, yay.
Ah,
I did
So
help.
well done.
you did good.
And so again, spends some more time running through a similar batch of the same kind of batch of tests, looking at his notes from the first set of experiments. It seems to be quite like almost like kind of forgetting a little bit why he's running the experiments, just kind of enjoying the process of, being an alchemist, and especially working with someone like you, Naira, who is enthusiastically assisting and interested in the science behind the work that he's doing. He actually seems, you see a little bit of the kind of the tension that has been in him this whole time is sort of ebbing away the more time he spends doing this. But at the end of the process, he's like, well, fascinating. The majority of the sample is definitely the same substance, but it has clearly been treated in some way, mixed with a number of other compounds, gone through its own alchemical process, and in so doing, it has had its impact changed somewhat to inorganic material, and he has a amount of it in a small pool, and he takes like basically like a wooden kind of cocktail stick essentially, and dips it in, and you see it very quickly start to almost like crumble away as he lifts it out. To inorganic material, as you can see, it is even more destructive than in before. However, to organic material, and he takes he plucks a leaf from a plant and dips it in, and as he lifts it out, you see that the leaf actually is not dissolving, but you do see the veins running through it start to turn a strange pale color. It it invokes a number of fundamental changes to the organic nature. It's a truly fascinating, though horrifying compound.
I see.
Hmm.
And if one was to rub that on their skin, for example.
Well, I can't say what precisely what the effects would be, but certainly with prolonged exposure, it could change the nature of just about any organism that was exposed to it.
Yes, I think we could probably shed some light on what the side effects, or at least some of the side effects, are.
Oh shit!
Huh?
I gotta go pick up a body.
I beg your pardon?
I almost started running.
It's like
Heron, I need to go pick up Heron. And he is just going to leave.
We might actually have something for you to examine in just a few minutes.
like, well, I have never conducted any kind of autopsy or anything of that sort. But I suppose if it would help, I could attempt such a thing. Well, I mean, yes, yes, I suppose.
I remembered it when you were talking about organic material. I'm like, wait a second, organic material. We had something to relate this. Oh fuck!
What a terrifying thing to hear. Oh shit! What?
Gotta go
I
pick
need
up
to
a
go pick
body.
Exactly.
Bursts out of the room.
And it's a long way. He's gonna be like half an hour, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, even riding Sunshine, it's a bit of a trip. Probably about, yeah, like 10, 15 minutes there. Um, and like however long it will take you to talk things over with them and then bring it back. Now, if I recall, you basically just knocked on the door of the mortuary, went, got something for you, and then left, right?
He told him it was going to be used for a potential investigation tomorrow. But
Got it.
the amount of time they were going to wait for that is debatable.
Got it. Okay. Yes, I recall now. Okay. Well, does anybody accompany Lorium on his sudden flight from Refrum's workshop?
Not
Nope.
me.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, do you kind of explain what you understand of the situation to Refrum? In terms of Lorium, what you know of Lorium's errand?
I would just,
like a parrot to them.
yeah, I would just turn to him and go, he's picking up proof. Something else I think you might want to dissect.
Yes, I suppose we could manage. Would you help me clear the table and sorry, Wanda, was it? In the chest down there is a tarpaulin. If you could fetch that for me, we will probably want to place it beneath the table. And she begins to direct you in the setting up of an impromptu kind of autopsy area.
Oh boy.
Yay!
Naira is going to actually step aside and start casting Unseen Servant.
Okay. As soon as you do, he starts paying very close attention. He goes, what are you? Doesn't actually ask what you're doing, but he's very clearly quite interested. And what do you have your unseen servant do?
It's just going to be around to help, like, carry things and hold things and just, to be generally an assistant for an autopsy.
He is utterly enthused as it begins to kind of assist with the setup. He's like, "Oh, that's marvelous! Well, and he talks to you at length about kind of how long does it last? How do you do that? What are its capabilities? How far away can it get? All of these kinds of like taking a very academic interest."
Naira is literally just radiating joy as she is explaining this.
Meanwhile, Lorium, strangely enough, a giant armored tiefling galloping through the streets on a armored warhorse is able to travel in relative peace as you make your way back up to the mortuary. You can see as you approach. It's been a few hours now since you passed it the first time, and as you approach now, you actually see that there are a couple of carriages outside that are parked outside, and there are a number of city guards standing around the carriages. The doors to the mortuary are half open, and there is one of the what you recognize just from the look of them, one of the kind of vaguely ratty-looking mortuary workers standing there with a clipboard and a piece of paper, talking to. Actually, roll me a percentile dice.
Ooh. Oh,
Talking to
Holy
Constable Jute.
Oh!
Oh,
No. Okay. Lorem's gonna gallop on up to them.
She turns as you gallop up, like hand going to her sword. She relaxes a little bit when she sees it's you, but also kind of she relaxes from do I need to get ready to a fight? And you see a kind of change come over her too as oh shit, what now? As you kind of pull up on Sunshine.
Oh, perfect. You were one of the people I really wanted to see.
It's like, what's going on? She actually kind of stops you as you dismount and leads you. She turns to one of her to one of the other guardsmen and just says, "Finish things here. I have to discuss something with this citizen." And she leads you a little ways down the street, with her hand on your arm, and like you get the impression that were you a smaller person, she would be kind of marching you, but as it is, she's kind of just like,
Trying to
marching
lead.
with you, a little ways down the street, out of earshot of everyone else. And she goes, "What the hell have you guys done? Don't you dare pretend that this wasn't you. A group of giant armed strangers come into town, and then 2 days later, I've got a dead councilman and a warehouse full of monsters."
He just reaches out and places a finger on her mouth. It's like,
Don't
now,
you
hold on.
dare. Tell me what the hell's going on.
He tries to knock his hand away. Now, hold on. We're trying. I'm trying to tell you right now.
Walk fast.
or not at all. That's also
Faster than that. Lorium?
Mr. Cole. Did your computer crash?
I speak with my hands even when playing D&D. So I reach out and touch the power button.
You are just the smartest man.
It's like, wait a second, that's not supposed to be there. Click. But anyway, I'm on phone. Logging back in.
Okay.
I'm trying to tell you. We have some information for you, and actually, right here, we have a little bit of proof that may lead, or will lead, to what was happening with all those murders and who was behind it, which turns out to be Dory. Now, we don't know if he's the head of the operation, but we're trying to figure that out now. If you can come with me, we're speaking with an alchemist named Rephram, and he's going over some shit we found.
Rephram. As Master Rephram in the Alchemist Quarter.
Yeah, we kind of evacuated him from the he's back because he felt unsafe. Brought him back because kind of needed a alchemist we can trust.
And you say he has proof? Ah,
Sorry.
you're good. And
More
so she says,
fancy.
"You see, he has proof, a connection between Mr. Dory and the murders."
Yeah, we think Dory was turning people into weird, unhuman sort of beings. And one of the bodies was a person he worked for, and he used this toxin to do it. And we
Those
got
things
some
we
of his-
found in the warehouse.
Oh,
Those,
you saw 'em good, the fish things.
what the hell do you think was in those carts?
Cards.
The carts that were parked out the front of the mortuary as you rode up.
Gotcha. One of those might be useful too. You can use it to cross-examine. What the fuck does that even mean? Hold on, I'm smart now. I gotta pick up the body. Come with.
So, let me get this straight. You want to take bodies from an active investigation into the murder of a councilman that and I don't know this, you perpetrated and take them to a civilian.
Yes, but one of those bodies I brought here, so it's not even.
I don't know that either.
Okay.
Um,
Batman
give me
talking
a
to
persuasion check with advantage.
That is generous.
That is very generous.
Well, she does want to help.
She's into you.
Gloria, come on now.
I
It was
ship
finger
it.
to the. It was finger to the lips. That's
It
all.
was.
Yep. Need to take a lap real quick.
Women
Anyway.
love being shushed by men. It's great.
Noted.
I've just ruined your life.
She just kind of goes, Jesus. Go back to Master Reference workshop. I'll see what I can do.
All right.
The other body that might be of interest, which had nothing whatsoever to do with you, when would it have been brought here?
Very late at night. Like just at
Last
the-
night?
Yes. I brought it in saying it would be useful for potential investigation because we tried to summon you for that.
She's gonna kill you. She's gonna be like, I don't know that.
The runner said they were leaving a note for you.
Go back to the workshop. I'll see what I can do. And tell Master Ephraim I'll see him soon.
Yes. And he gives a salute. Runs back. He's not being prideful right now. Actually, I think he outranked her.
In one army, yes. In the city guard, you have no rank.
Yay.
You are a civilian in Eldenil, my friend.
His rank is dependent on his forearm strength. And
All I'm saying is you look real helpless when you're paralyzed.
I can do that to people. Yes, you're right.
Had to-
Anyway, so you ride back through, and about 10-15 minutes later, are back at the workshop, where you are able to rejoin everyone else.
Yay. He'll just knock on the door at the same time as opening it.
Both
close the
Uther and
blind.
Wander look like they need to be rescued from a conversation between two nerds.
Good, because I'm going to ruin that conversation.
I'm just staring at Wander, huge eyes, like,
Somehow Uther has a nicer face than Wander.
Wonderful news. All right. Constable Jude's coming over.
Oh, good. You were discreet when you spoke to her, right?
Yes, he dragged us to a back alley.
I see.
Yeah, I kind of told her what was going on. So she said, just wait over here. She apparently knows where you live. Which makes sense, I guess.
Goes, well, yes. I've discussed a number of things before with her.
Like what?
Well, I have been known to give assistance with matters of healing to members of the guard that were injured in the line of duty and things like that. She also has, brought miscreants to me who were more, well, in her opinion at least, misguided than malevolent. I've been able to, well, I like to think at least, make a difference to some of them.
Would you say she seems like a reasonable sort?
By and large, yes, yes, reasonable, certainly, yes, no, a good head on her shoulders, and, well, something that is sadly lacking in Eldenil, an honest heart in her chest. I mean, you know what I mean.
Oh, insight. Naira's gonna go full Emma here in a second.
You can roll for that?
Do you need to roll?
Naira can be very blind.
Go ahead, roll one right now.
He's, I mean, kind of just an awkward nerd.
Really? I fail even on that?
I mean, it's like potentially there is nothing there. And he's also quite a bit older than she is. She's probably in her like mid-20s. He's like mid-40s.
Oh, well then that
Capping
would
our
be
age
kind of weird.
range.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of Leo in him.
You gotta remember how old Lorium is, by the way.
Has anyone ever asked?
No.
I don't think we know.
How old does he look?
Naira assumes that he's in
He
like his mid
looks like-
30s.
He looks mid-30s, but he's older. He's got the crow feet, definitely. Hard going on the eyes.
Naira is the only one who looks her age.
Excuse me?
You definitely
those-
don't look like 4 weeks old.
I will have you know that I am like 2 months old. I am able to walk into a shop and purchase my own weapons without the need of an adult. All right.
You ever see those gym bros who look a lot younger than they really are? Laura.
Yeah.
Lorium also takes steroids.
um,
I
Well-
suppose now we're just waiting for Jute, right?
say that again?
Now we're just waiting for Jute, right?
Yeah.
We poke and prod at the various vials he's got on the shelves here.
He's like, please don't touch that. That's a rather volatile compound.
Wait, you said this shit was like black dragon poison, and how much would that hurt?
Oh, if it were to come into contact with your skin, the unaltered compound, a great deal.
But the altered compound, that
Well, I can't speak as to any like what the sensation would be. It certainly would not have the well, shall we say, deleterious effect of destroying the skin and the flesh. But I can't imagine that the sensation of having the nature of your organic matter altered in such a fundamental manner would be pleasant.
But it eats through shit really nice.
Oh, well, yes, indeed. The regular compound, and well, for inorganic matter, this would suffice as well.
Alright, so I'm just saying. That might come in handy after all the testing's done if we can maybe get a couple of those. Block door, boom, just throw a vial at it. It's gone.
Wander just noticeably backs away from the danger vial.
well, didn't it dissolve a wooden spoon?
Yeah, basically he had like a kind of a wooden sort of
That was the
probe that he
altered
was
one.
using, and
Yeah.
yeah, well, both of them actually. I mean, like that was the demonstration that he gave for like dead matter, on the altered one. But I mean, from what he said, the unaltered one would do very much the same. He described it as an extremely powerful acid that was able to destroy, pretty much anything it came into contact with.
So,
Alchemical glass is able to contain it, but not much else.
so silly question. Have there been any dragon sightings?
In Eldenel, goodness, no, not for well, I mean, none that I would call credible. You
Well,
always get.
would you not call them credible because it is unlikely that there is a black dragon around? And then she gestures at the vials.
He kind of rubs the back of his neck and says, "That is a fine point. Well, I mean, sightings. Not that I know of. Again, I am not what you would call the most well-informed of individuals. My concerns are mostly the poor and the downtrodden within the city itself. I those that I speak to that speak of dragons also speak of everything from medusas to creatures of their dreams.
Wander wouldn't know this, but would Rephram potentially be able to tell how old the dragon that the acid came from is?
What did he get? He got a 21. Oh, well, a 21 and a 24. So
Because if it's like a handful of babies, it's a lot less worrying than one ancient.
does anybody ask him this question?
Naira probably would if.
Yeah, no, because it would occur to Nair to ask because you got the
But
big brain rules.
If Wander would prefer to ask that question, then please feel free.
No, absolutely not. It doesn't even occur to Wander.
Then, in response to Naira's query on this subject, while you are waiting for the appearance of Constable Jute, Reference says, "Well, I can't speak from first-hand experience, but based on this treatise that I was able to glean the information from, I believe this would be from a fairly mature specimen. Certainly, uh, certainly one in the full bloom of its power, based on the potency."
Do you think? I mean, you seem so very capable in this regard.
Thank you.
Do you think that if we left the pure acid vial with you, you would be able to create anything that would give us a resistance to that kind of damage?
I
If
believe, with a number of, yes, it should be possible. Yes.
brilliant, I'm so
I
impressed.
have. There's only a limited amount to work with here, but well, let me see. I have sufficient left for. I may be able to create. Now, Naira, do you want to roll, or should I?
Roll what?
A 1d4.
You go ahead. Although I was, never mind. As he does that, Naira is about to say that we might be able to get him more vials.
Ah, okay. Says, well, with the amount that is left over following testing, I could create, I suppose, as many as 3 doses that would provide some temporary protection. But yes, if you were able to obtain more vials, I could certainly obtain more. Well, I could certainly create more for you. Although, well, my list of reagents is sadly not inexhaustible. So, I would need to procure some more. And well,
We could, of
there would
course, help
be.
you with that.
You are very kind. Yes. If you would be able to supply further reagents, I could certainly create further protections.
Is there a way to identify this particular one at a glance?
As in the dragon?
No, I'm sorry. The acid in the vial. He had,
Oh.
as you can see, I've brought you at least 2 different types.
Oh, yes. Well, come here. And he gets the remaining vials, and he's able to point out a number of differences between the samples that would give Naira now a much better chance of identifying the pure samples.
Cool. And then
But
she
yeah,
will
he
ask
basically
her unseen servant. She will give her unseen servant her quill and a piece of paper, and she will say, "Can you just go ahead and dictate what ingredients you think you'll need to stock up on to
Oh.
my?"
Yes, fascinating. Are you ready? Right. Yes. So I shall need the root of, and he begins listing off a number of chemical ingredients there.
And it
Apparently quite
absolutely,
excited.
it absolutely takes down every like. Are you ready? Good. And so all of that is written down.
Just a
Okay.
typewriter.
By the time this process is completed, there comes a rather sort of exasperated but polite at the door.
Go ahead, Devil, open it. As Wander begins to make his way downtown.
Yeah.
Walking fast.
No. Door.
And you do indeed see Constable Jute with a horse with a small kind of like hand cart strapped to, onto the traces, or it's strapped into the traces of a small cart, in which there are 2 bodies. She kind of looks you up and down for a moment and goes, "Let me get these inside quickly."
Okay. And we set to work.
Okay, one moment. I'm just going to let my dog out.
Yeah.
Go on, bugger off. Okay. And the bodies are brought in. And yes, she firmly closes the door behind her after tying up the horse. You do note she is alone, having not apparently brought any other members of the militia with her. As she comes in, she kind of nods to all of you and at Master Reformer goes, "Interesting company you're keeping these days, Master." He's like, "Ha, well, interesting times we are in. You Constable?" Well, goodness, these are interesting specimens. And he saw kind of turn them this way and that. And he's like, "And you say that this was a human?" He says, gesturing to Harrod as he looks up at you, Loria.
Yeah. Is that name
It's like,
pick anything?
no, I can't say I'm familiar with the individual, but these changes are remarkable.
That is
Tremendous.
one of the consequences of long-term exposure to what was in that second vial.
And he looks up at the and goes, well, the substance to which they refer, he kind of glances at you as to say, "Is it all right? Like, do you guys have any problem with me telling her?"
Oh, please. You're the expert on the matter.
As the substance that they say that they found at Mr. Dory's warehouse, they are secretions of a black. There were some kind of chemical alterations to it, and well, from what they have said, this is the result of application of that substance, or at least of prolonged exposure. And Constable Jute takes a little bit of a step back, puts her hand on her sword, is kind of just like, whoa. Clearly very alarmed by this. He goes, no, but clearly it's not something that could happen merely from a casual exposure. This is something that would require, certainly in an organism the size of a grown man, require a great deal of well, not only a great deal of substance, but a long and deliberate well, application. And again, he devolved into this time a combination of alchemical, or I should say, evolves into a combination of both alchemical and medical jargon, talking about disruption and evolution of mucous membranes, the evolution of new organs, the transformation of the epidermis, and things like this. And there's would anyone care to assist me with an examination of the internals of these unfortunates?
Just the slowest head turned towards
To Naira.
It's like, right. Well, you'll want these. And he hands you a set of basically a set of larger, almost full length up to the shoulder, kind of like veterinarian gloves, and a thick leather apron.
I am not pleased, but I'm
Constable
being a
Duke just
trooper.
goes, well, good luck, Master. I'll be at your table. Steps outside.
You stepped up
Uh,
closer because you want to watch if she gets covered in goo, didn't
No
you?
idea what you're talking about. I stood here so I could give someone guidance, and that's all.
okay. Nara, are you proficient in medicine?
I am a jack of all trades in medicine, I believe. Yes, I am. Uh, damn it. No, I didn't declare
What?
it. Well, if you'd be willing to wait for just a little while, I could consult some people and become more proficient.
You have. Well, certainly, if you wish to leave and summon a subject matter expert,
Oh,
assistance is always welcome.
no, that won't be necessary. I just need to I just need to have a seat in the corner for a little while. It will take about an hour if everybody's
Oh,
okay with that.
How do I convey that I'm proficient in medicine without saying I'm proficient in medicine?
You need to start talking.
Yeah, let me just say I have a doctorate.
You could you help?
I understand
Insight check?
bodies.
Yeah, that. I'll go. I understand bodies.
That is incredibly creepy sounding, but okay.
You see?
Please
And
go
she goes,
ahead.
well, would you, do you require, these?
And Naira will be taking off the ones, delighted to not have to do this.
I'll just say no.
Suit yourself. Right, well, we'll begin with an examination of the ribcage. If you could, how are you with the spreader? Would you prefer the spreader or the scalpel?
Oh, thank the pillars.
I prefer just tearing it with my bare hands.
And an examination begins. Are you guiding yourself or Referum?
I will guide myself.
Then please roll me a medicine check with guidance.
Mm-hmm. And then I had to add a D4.
Oh, yeah.
It never fails. It never. I've rolled twice tonight, and I got a 20 and a 1.
You know what? I am now a level 8 chronology wizard. Roll again. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I do like we're keeping the 10. Let me put that out there, but do roll again because I'm curious now.
yeah. Watch here. It's easy peasy. Just
Another one.
Nope. See. I've rolled a 20, a 1, and a 20.
That's the best. So
It's
you
still
begin.
a 10. You know, it's still a 10.
You begin assisting him and very quickly realize that your kind of instinctual understanding of the internal workings of other beings is very disrupted by the unnatural nature. Like, as soon as he opens up and begins to kind of examine the internal organs and the inner workings of these bodies, the difference between what you instinctively know should be there inside a human and the nature of what is there really throws you for a loop. You are able to kind of provide kind of a mechanical assistance in sort of like holding tools and passing them over and helping him lift out objects and things like that.
I hold the flashlight for
Um,
Dad.
basically, yeah. But let us see how successful our
He
man
rolls
Master
way better.
Referent is. But a 10 is still sufficient because you had that +1 from the guidance. It got you to 10, which is what you needed to actually hold the flashlight for Dad and not be a
Yes!
detriment. He is rolling with advantage.
Whew. Whew.
And as he basically looks, as he kind of, he very, very deftly kind of opens up both bodies and begins a comparative analysis. Again, he's got out several more textbooks while you were waiting for the bodies to show up that show the internal anatomy of human beings and various other humanoid species. And he begins this very in-depth, very detailed comparative analysis as he goes through them. Again, bringing back in the alchemical tests that he performed before and kind of making comparative assessments. Before he just goes, well, this is, yes, there is certainly a clear progression. This unfortunate soul had a good deal of his humanity left to him, but there are already very clear here, you can see the beginnings of formation of vestigial, well, not even vestigial, but not yet fully functional gills that on this specimen have begun to completely supplant the membranes of the nose and mouth as the provision of air to the lungs. And he again goes into this very in-depth, jargon-filled explanation of the medical differences and anatomical kind of changes. But the conclusion that he arrives to is that, yes, these are both, these were once both fully normal human beings that through a prolonged process of alchemical exposure have been mutated to in a permanent manner to be not only amphibious, but to the point where their skin requires the application of the processed acidic compound in order to maintain itself. They have basically become organically addicted to this substance. But the kind of corollary to that is that both are also far more durable, far stronger than ordinary human specimens. And that both could, especially the more drastically changed one could survive indefinitely underwater where necessary. And as you guys are personally familiar with, has also been provided with a fearsome natural weapon that he makes a direct comparison to the natural weapon of a black dragon.
So what you're saying is, after killing Dory, all of those remaining people who needed this are fucked.
Yes.
Yes. We already knew that going in.
Yeah, but I was hoping, maybe we were wrong.
We might be able to
Uh,
create an antidote. If we can create a resistance, we might be able to create an antidote. But
Well, with a concerted research effort, it could certainly be possible. Um, the it takes a good deal of time and effort, but where resources to be provided, such a thing could feasibly be managed.
how much are we talking?
I could not say. It would take, well, at least days, if not weeks, of effort. As to the material cost, I couldn't begin to guess.
Perhaps the resources of a successful council person?
That would certainly, yes, I should think that would cover it.
Right.
If one of them were willing to sponsor the effort, well, I imagine, yes, that would, well, perhaps not ensure its success, but give it the greatest chance of such.
And she'll just look at Uther, Lady Thornwell? Or have I misread that situation?
Lady Thornwell.
And she looks pleased with herself.
I mean, is election season coming up for them, or
Is that a question, like, is that an actual question to me about what you know about the political kind of makeup of the city, or?
maybe that would help her decide to help the people?
I mean, based on what I mean, Laurie, if you ask this question kind of, or an equivalent question out loud, you probably wouldn't know, not being a native of Caloronava. But Naira, with the fact that you are, kind of grew up in Caloronava for at least a portion of your life, and as well your specific interest in politics, I'm not even going to make you roll. You would generally be aware that where a ruling governor is not explicitly appointed by the king, which is generally what happens for larger cities. Smaller places like this it's not unusual for them to be run by a group of appointed council members that are appointed by, well, generally by royal appointment, though the king rarely has anything to do with the appointment itself. It's generally managed through prefects that govern the individual provinces. However, the appointments are not immutable, and a councillor, if sufficient evidence is shown of dishonesty, corruption, or simple incompetence, councillors can certainly be moved from their position. So it is definitely in the councillor's best interest to at least put on the appearance of competency and care for the king's subjects.
Put that in the back pocket. So this is definitely some altering bullshit. And since it seems like partially the source, or the storage at least, is Dory's warehouse, it's pretty incriminating, right?
was like, well, yes, I mean, if he was behind such transformations, it,
He facilitated. I don't know if he was behind.
There were other
Well-
moving gears.
regardless, it certainly does not speak well of him as a counselor, our responsible member of the city, especially if these creatures were involved in some nefarious business. The murders, for example. And Constable Jute reappears in the doorway. And is kind of leaning against it and says, "These things could. They're comfortable in water. They could swim around, survive indefinitely, disappear underneath without worry."
Yes, it sounds like that's familiar to you.
Rafe, the young fisherman that died the day after Dwellin was executed. There were tracks around his body that I didn't understand. They disappeared into the water. And she comes over and basically holds up the leg, indicating the foot. Says, one of them, fresh in the blood, looked like this.
So we have a positive ID match.
Well, it's not conclusive. After all, Dunall was found with blade in hand. There was no question as to his, well, as to that portion of his guilt. But you say that they were alchemically compelled to obey.
Well, I don't know if it affected their mind as such, in terms of erasing their memory or compelling them like magic, but they were certainly driven by addiction. Yes.
As far as we could tell, this feller, and I'll point over to Herod, he wanted out, but kept getting sucked back into it because he needed it to survive.
You say that there is magic that can affect people's minds, that could potentially have forced someone to do something like those murders.
Oh goodness, yes. Magic in the wrong hands is very, very dangerous.
We saw evidence of spells on aboard Dory's boat. Burns, arcane fire that had clearly been used. Not to mention that golem, whatever it was.
Yes, Mr. Dory was capable. He was one of those bad men that can make magic quite dangerous.
I'll need to take bodies back with me. Continue your investigation, please. If there is more to this, if there are others that were behind him, Mr. Dory, supporting him, if there is anything I can help with, let me know.
I would like your read on Counselor Thornwell.
I read? Well,
If you had a problem and needed to talk to a counselor, which one would you choose?
her. I would choose Lady Thornwell. She's power hungry and selfish.
She is,
But-
in fact, a politician.
Indeed. But she is invested in this city. Her family has lived here for generations, and she owns a great deal of it. As self-interested as she is, the better the city, the better for her. So, yes, I would speak with Lady Thornwell if I could get her to listen.
And Mara smiles and says, "Thank you very much."
Can somebody help me with the bodies? Could you sew them up or something? I'd rather not deliver them back to the mortuary in pieces, if I can help it. And reference like, yes, please, Wanda, if you would hand me the needle and thread over there, and just start packing things back in. Those butchers at the mortuary won't know any better.
Perfect. They
And
won't
yeah,
realize that we rearranged his webs. That was hard to say.
And over the next few minutes, he just basically like shoves everything back in and sews them back up, redresses Harrod and the other body, and then yeah, I assume you guys help Constable Jute reload them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lorian will help carry him out and shit.
Okay. And actually, as she's about to leave, she turns back to you guys and says, "Listen, I hate to ask, but in order to ensure the silence of the rest of the patrol, I promise them. Well, I can pay out of my own pocket if I can, if it's needed. But I gather from the way you've presented yourself since arriving in town, a few gold will be less of a burden for you. I've put my neck out." She seems honest.
How much you need?
Whatever you can spare, just a few silver apiece. There were 5 of them on my patrol.
Oh, 5 of them? Here you go. He'll just give 10 gold.
So,
Buy their silence for a while. Or cooperation if you need it.
I'll do it. Thank you. And she, you'll notice she doesn't actually place it back into her coin purse. She puts it back into a separate pocket on her tunic. She goes, well, good luck to you all.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Be safe.
It's like,
What I
you
miss?
too.
We bribed.
Constable Jute asked for assistance in bribing her compatriots back at the mortuary, and Lorian provided her with 10 gold.
Naira will then hand 10 gold to Lorium.
I have to adjust everything again.
Your life is so hard. You're getting 10 gold.
Add and subtract and add. I'm kidding.
And then, yeah, she, after loading the bodies back onto the cart, she jogs the horses, and off she goes.
Lauren will say to Naira, I don't mind paying out of pocket for something like that while putting the 10 gold into his coin purse.
I'm sure you don't, but while you're a member of this party, party funds come out of party funds. Which reminds me, I will have to split this up at some point again. It's been a while since I've done that.
Oh, yeah, actually, here you go. And I'll give you 23 gold.
What is this for?
That was off of Herod.
Oh.
That was indeed unfortunate, boy. And now that I remembered I have all this shit, here you go. Don't be mad at me. I'll give the tight stoppered vials with dark oil. As I don't know if those are the same thing or if those are different.
Looking at them, with the identifying marks that Master Referum gave you fresh in your memory, you can tell at a glance. You're not entirely certain. I mean, you can give me an Arcana roll. You're not entirely certain what these are immediately, but they're definitely not exactly the same thing.
Yep, definitely not.
You're not entirely certain what they are, but yeah, they're definitely not the same draconic acid that was in the vials in Mr. Dory's place.
Which she will communicate. But you found these at Mr. Dory's?
No, those were on Harrod's body. I did my own little pat down before I gave him over to the morgue for holding.
Oh, are we still here?
I mean, yes, but you can be having this conversation in private if you prefer, because I mean, like Lorian would have been helping to carry out the bodies, so.
Or like outside, yeah, as we're getting ready to leave. Unless we're not leaving yet.
Consider good guys.
Like, just, you guys are just kind of in the next room.
I'm ready to go whenever. Just saying.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Have I gotten carried away again? We can go. And Naira sort of twists her hands.
Master Referum just kind of goes, well, I will, if you must be off, yes, do go. I will begin work on the ameliorating potions as soon as I can. I should have the first doses ready for you tomorrow.
And she will
As I,
make sure that he has the list that she had dictated, and she said when you need to acquire more resources, please do go get a cost and let me know.
Yes. Well, as I said, I have sufficient at my disposal already to make the first batch using what is left in these vials. But if you can procure me some more vials of this draconic acid, then I can use that as the basis for further doses.
Oh shit! I meant to ask Constable Jute if she would be able to help us with that.
Maybe later.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to bump into her again, or if Wander is feeling up to it, he could send her a message and ask. Just if she can get us in so I can identify some vials to bring back.
Yeah, I can text her.
He's texting someone. Can you bring some chip dip, please?
Just please, we forgot to ask why you were here.
Casually burning a third level spell slot.
Yeah,
I was figuring
yeah.
it would
It's not like
happen
we're gonna fight today,
tonight.
right?
We're not fighting anyone.
Yeah, we're not gonna run any encounters.
I text you and send her a very short message, being like, "Hey, can we just hey?" With
Ends
3
in a pensive
Ys.
emoji. Just this.
So what specifically are you sending to?
Naira will intervene and say, "Oh, I think we could probably ask her tonight if you have the energy tonight. You don't have to do it now."
Good. That makes me feel a lot better. Wonder what's going on. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
KO.
Nope.
So you guys wave goodbye to Master Rephram, who
Thank you, Reverend.
has well, thank you, good sirs, for your assistance. Good luck with the rest of your investigation. Should there be anything else that I can assist with? Well, please don't hesitate to ask.
We won't.
Oh, good luck. And lets you out, closes, and you hear the sound of several locks clicking into place behind you. And I was just going to say, I think there we can take a quick break for 5 minutes. I need to refresh my drink and use the restroom. So give 5 minutes. If you want, you guys can just stay online and chat about what your next move is or whatever. But I'll be right back.
Yay!
Okay, so you guys have stepped out of Refham's workshop and are now in the noisome streets of the alchemical quarter. At this point, you spent quite some time there with the experiments on the initial sample that you provided, and then further with the fetching of the bodies and the autopsies that followed. You've spent the better part of 4.5, maybe 5 hours. Probably about 4.5 hours there. Given the in-depth examinations that he performed and everything like that. So at this point, it's getting on toward or early afternoon, say maybe about 2:30ish in the afternoon. The streets about you, I won't say buzz with commerce, because that would imply a level of life and vivacity that is absent in most of Eldenil. But it is the middle of the day. People are going about whatever business they have. What business are you guys going about?
To the lighthouse.
I was thinking that. Oh, well, yes. The lighthouse, definitely. Did we want to speak to Lady Thornwell before or after?
Let's do after. I think it's better if we just ask for a lot of forgiveness instead of any permissions.
That's worked so far.
It's worked so far.
I'm gonna trust Uther 100%. Because, like, every time he's right.
Okay.
As well
You
as
guys-
when we start getting around the area of the lighthouse, start keeping an eye out for pickers, if you wouldn't mind, everyone. They're usually pretty good at picking up a little bit of information. Maybe they've been able to notice something.
Where the pulpit is. Right? That's what we're looking for.
That is the reference made in the letter, yes. Seek their pulpit. You do know that by habit, the pickers, from your discussion with Orchard Master Balam, the pickers do tend to give this area of the island, or of Eldenil, quite a wide berth. Not only is it pretty far from their home base, which is up on the Market Island, but also this is far and away the poorest, shittiest part of town. There's not a lot to pickpocket around here. But having mentioned this, Wander, you don't even have to roll. You do spot as you are making your way through the Alchemist Quarter. Actually, well, give me a. Who wants to roll a percentile die for me?
Those goes.
I'll do it. 1d 100.
1d100. Go for it.
1d.
Go hippo
43. Not even close.
As you're walking along the streets, you don't see anybody that has the kind of markings of one of your new allies among the pickers. None of the yellow handkerchiefs that you have learned to look out for. If you want to spend some time basically walking around looking for one, you could potentially do so. But if you're just heading there and kind of looking whilst you're on the move, then no, you don't see any.
just keep moving and be like, darn. Well, it kind of makes sense, though. I wouldn't want to be around all this lack of money and, all the murders that were happening. I would steer clear, too.
Sounds like our vacation resort to me.
And I would take a very literal translation, getting onto the island and heading to the east side of the lighthouse and begin making my way around it and be going. You know that stuff, how they do markings, the pickpockets and fences, Naira. See if you can see something like that, but that doesn't mix in with your stuff.
Shadow marks, yes.
Yeah, well, and have that with a little bit of, whatever the crazy fishy flair is.
Okay. Naira, give me an investigation check, please, with advantage, since
Thank
you're being assisted by the rest of the party.
And also because I'm
I
fluent
believe
in
in
Thieves
you.
Camp.
Yes, because you are fluent in Thieves' Cant.
Woot.
Does that get a Guido?
You would not even be able to make the investigation check if you were not.
And you gave me inspiration, did you?
Yes, I was opening this.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I did hear him say that.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay, fair enough. I genuinely missed it.
21.
7.
With a 21, you look around, and you are actually, like, the lighthouse itself has definitely seen better days. The interior, like, the beacon has the look of something that has not shone in a great deal of time. Even from the ground, street level, you can see that almost all of the glass panes that once surrounded the beacon are smashed. You can see shards of some of them that have fallen out and crashed onto the street below. The interior, the door is just sagging in a sad state of repair, and the stairs that once led up to the beacon platform have long since rotted and crumbled. The whole structure is sunk several feet into the just kind of the bed of the island, tilting slightly at a skewy angle.
What a remarkable metaphor for this city.
And as you look around, you don't actually see any signs of something that would suggest thieves' cant. Like, as you look around, the places that you would normally expect to see it, there are markings, but all of them are. You got a 21? Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So you do find some markings, but all of them are quite old. As in, like, at least several years since they were placed there or maintained in any way. And they have a general look of kind of disuse to them.
She'll just say, I don't think that there are any active gangs in the area, actually. Not now, anyway.
But do go ahead and roll me a cartography tools check.
Nice!
However,
Oh, that was
looking
dexterity.
at-
It's actually even more than that.
Oh, wow.
Actually, no, it's the exact same, so never mind.
Oh, fair enough. Looking at the height of the of Frother's Lamp lighthouse, and you're able to kind of get the lay of the island as you move around on it for a little while, investigating the nearby streets. And you're able to kind of triangulate with where the sun would set, and the height of the lighthouse compared to where its shadow would fall. Um, and you believe you have a pretty good fix on where the lighthouse's shadow would reach at sundown. It seems to be pointing toward, indeed, the western or the eastern edge of the island, a particularly broken down, crumbled section where there is nothing that could be called anything above a ruin.
Lorium, do you think you could pick up any unusual foot traffic?
You had to step away for a minute.
Oh, yeah. And I will help him when he comes back.
Okie dokie.
Is that a survival check?
That
Yeah.
would be a survival check.
Ah. Oh. It's cold leaving you had to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we can wait until they return.
Yeah.
In the meantime, so how about that local sports team?
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Go sports ball.
Yeah. Woo!
They get the goals and the points with the balls.
Yeah, they do.
They totally outsports that other team.
Decimated. I've never seen such a game. And I mean, Wander can also look for foot traffic.
Oh, does Wander have survival?
Yeah.
Well, okay then.
Have I ever seen you do that? Because I don't think Naira would have asked you.
Yes, you have.
Have I?
Back
Okay.
back when we were in the spider forest.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Naira was not.
She was not
Yeah, I
at her
kind of
best.
figured. She was having a day. It was like living in Australia with the silk sheets.
Oh, God. Like, I would
But I'd rather
literally
have a
go
good track
diving with
record.
sharks. I do not want to have anything to do with spiders.
And like, what
You
are the
have been
massive ones
diving
in
with
Australia?
sharks.
What are they called? Wait, what?
Rays.
Huh?
Well, it was just a small one.
Like 13 feet.
Well,
Yeah, I was
that
gonna
one
say like
wasn't a
fine small.
that one wasn't a dive. That was in a box. I meant actually being in
Fair.
the water with a shark, and that one was only a small one, about the size of my arm. But it was pretty.
Huh.
But if she did, do I need to roll anything to see if I remember Wander being good with, tracks and stuff?
I would say no. Not, like you've got like a +10 to your history.
+7.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, go ahead and roll a history check. It's not like a particularly hard DC, but oh yeah, for sure.
Then she will suggest that both Lorium and Wander do it, and Wander can just go ahead and roll with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Can I? Is this a Guidance thing? Can I Guidance?
Guidance does apply to any skill check, correct?
Yeah. It's any skill check that they plan to take within the next minute. So the rule in that's kind of ambiguous.
I would say like it's a cantrip, so technically you can just kind of keep chanting as you whistle while you work, essentially. So yeah,
Okay.
I'd say that guidance can apply.
Big Guidance. 1d4. Ha!
Nice.
Nice. With a 30, there is very little foot traffic in this area. Almost all of the structures around you are abandoned. What foot traffic you do see is like individuals darting furtively here and there. You know, people stumbling to whatever noisome shelter they have been able to find in this section of town. This is not a place where a great many people live. Particularly this area, which is some of the most kind of just broken down. And as you kind of move toward your destination, you see the buildings around you become less and less deserving of that name. They are ramshackle shanties cobbled together from the remnants and in many cases simply built on top of the collapsed structures of buildings that came before. And you do see among them signs of congregation where most of the tracks that you have found are just ones or twos darting furtively to and fro. You eventually, as you follow Naira's guidance toward the spot that she indicated near the coast of this particular isle, where it begins to crumble into the sea, you see clear signs with a fucking 30, good grief, that repeatedly over the past, or repeatedly in the past, you can't tell for how long, but with regularity, a large congregation of, with 30, you can identify probably around about 100 or more individuals have filtered in have filtered onto this island and then moving through the streets have begun to congregate toward your destination.
Huh. We've discovered the location of the flash mob.
And do you follow these tracks?
I point them out and follow unless someone stops us and decides to try to be sneaky.
I would stop you at this point, and say, that appears to be the entrance. Did we want to go in at this point, or do we want to come back later and observe what happens? And Naira will start ushering us away as if, like, we don't want to be seen, like, investigating the place openly.
Okay. You're the equivalent of about like a block away. When Wander is able to, I mean, you're able to identify this pattern of congregation quite quickly with a 30. So yeah, like you can definitely usher yourselves away before you get within sight of your destination.
Yeah, Naira will, like, take out her map and be like, I think we made a wrong turn here somewhere.
We need to head back to Albuquerque.
Yeah, we were looking for the tavern. How did we get here?
Question.
Yo.
So I just got back. Apparently we found a flash mob. Are people looking at us right now?
No, the area of town where you guys are in right now is all but deserted. You actually haven't seen another like living soul in several minutes.
Which is why I think that the deception is
tall was
necessary. Because if there's anybody, like, watching from above or whatever, somebody we haven't seen.
Oh, we definitely
How
would.
tall was Herod?
Hmm?
How tall was Herod?
He was a relatively slight, kind of scrawny man, but about kind of 5'10".
Have disguise. Be
Okay.
shorter, so 6 feet, so a little bit taller.
Yeah, you're a little bit taller than he was, but it would need to be somebody who knew him rather, wearing big boots.
So you can just use the have disguise to turn to Herod and a cloak Herod, and just kind of slump forward a bit, and then Lauren will just point to his hat and say, "Pretty one's better use unless you're free to."
To which Naira will look at Uther.
I mean, I'm not sure.
I mean, you heard him speak. How good are you at voice mimicry?
Not the best.
Well, in that case, you can just gesture if you want it.
You are exceptionally good at telling people what they want to hear.
So we're not gonna wait and watch. We're gonna go in.
Not necessarily. It might be a good idea for you to just prepare.
Oh, well, certainly.
Yeah,
Then I
I'm
can
just offering this
listen.
up.
Yeah,
So-
if I have a little bit more time.
I mean, you're gonna need an hour anyway. To tune, right?
I think so.
Yes.
Yes.
Everybody's doing it. Yeah.
But yeah. So I think do we think we should, because I mean, for example, as we're walking away and again trying to appear lost or whatever we're doing, if that is where they sourced the acid, we might want to wait until we have the resistance to it before we proceed.
Might not be a terrible idea. I mean, I do kind of want to just kick in the door, but you make up a good point. So, do you want me to throw on some invisibility, sneak up nearby, listen to them have a creepy conversation so we can mimic it later? Or do we just want to wait till after to kick in the door? I mean, both sound like fun.
Well, I get the feeling that Lorium would prefer the loudest door kick. Am I right, sir?
I mean, yeah, I could put some thunder on my heel, but we could also try to get some friends.
We might be able to convince Constable Jute to round up some of the guard. Give her a reason to meet us here, for example. Or the pickers. Although
I mean, yeah, it could be good.
I am loath to put those young'uns into as much danger as we likely would be. They
Well,
are
maybe not the younger ones.
the other ones?
He said maybe not the younger ones. Because it was a mix, right?
Yeah, I mean, show was kind of seemed to be fairly typical of a lot of their members, as in they're kind of like early to mid-teens. Uh, um, you have seen a decent number of them that were just, adults as well. And the Orchard Master, who presented himself as their leader, was in his mid-30s, from what you could see.
Naira will look at him and say, young people have small hands. And big doe eyes. And she just makes a face.
That is weird as fuck to say.
Why do I want to give you money right now?
Because I'm very good at it. And she gives him some doe eyes.
Yeah, you are. So. Okay, I'm lost. What's happening?
I think we should go see Lady Thornwell, actually. Whatever you guys think is best. And she twists her hands in her at her front again.
You want to go see Thornwell? He asks. Naira?
Naira sort of shrugs. It's one option that we came up with. It might be a good idea. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's still a little early. So, yeah. That's a good next stop.
Sounds good.
Man, we are all over the city today.
We are.
I mean, at this point, it is getting on toward evening. Your journey here from Rephrem's place and your investigations has taken the better part of 2 hours. So,
Then we should
or
at least
maybe
return.
about an hour and a half.
We should at least return to Rephrem and see if he has made the antidote. If we can't get all the way back to.
He said that it would take him until tomorrow to have the first doses ready.
Well, what do you guys want to do? Wait around, see what we see, or get out of here so we don't risk getting caught? If we observe, we might be able to, especially if we observe from invisibility, we might be able to see the tributes that if people are arriving, we might be able to see the tributes that they're bringing to see what would be considered worthy.
That's true. That's a fantastic idea. I think we should let someone know. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I probably can't stay with this. And he just points out the mace that he has, the whole light thing.
Well, could we wrap it in something? Unless you would prefer to leave.
I could try. But I do not have something like that here. I have nothing to wrap this thing with.
I got a bedroll.
There is like the flames that are coming out of it, though they do not actively harm the flame bearer. They are flames. If you were to try and wrap this in something flammable, it would simply catch it on fire.
Big flame bearer.
Big flame bearer. Big fan of that. Let's do it.
And like they're not constantly like pouring out of it, but it is a constant like flickering presence at his side.
I don't want to find out.
Is it just ever burning?
What if it goes out and then it's just a mace?
Then you just sacred flame it and put it back on.
Nope, that didn't work last time.
Damn it. I'm useless. One of these days we're gonna get doused with tidal wave.
Why do you think I have control water prepared whenever we're near water?
So they are hot.
They are hot. Yes.
Fire hot.
Fire burn.
That's gonna need some magic sheath.
I mean, Wander, like with your understanding of materials and your capabilities, it would certainly be possible for you to use your Blessing of the Forge or something like that to create a metallic covering or sheath or something like that that could potentially cloak it. But you would need to spend the time to do that.
Yeah, and you said it's like around 4? Is that what we were thinking?
At this point, it's probably closer to 6. It's like
Okay.
5:30 to 6 o'clock. So the sun is actually beginning to dip.
Well,
And the shadow of the lighthouse is beginning to creep toward the area you just left.
uh,
I guess it could take an hour.
the metagamer in me does not want to do this, but Naira is going to say, well, one option we have is that Lorium and Wander can try and find Constable Jude, or just return to the warehouse and try and get some.
Split the party. Split the party.
Yeah, try and get some more of the acid for Rephram, while Uther and I stay here invisible, or technically you could make anybody invisible to watch. In fact, actually, wouldn't that work if Uther made Wander invisible?
I definitely could.
It wouldn't. That would definitely block out the flame. Yes, God.
Um, hmm.
I think we ruled
Yeah,
it that way last time because then he couldn't
yeah,
see.
yeah. I mean, the flames are invisible, therefore they are not projecting any light. Light is passing through them.
And with your incredible eye for detail, it might be a good idea for you to stay, and Lorium and I could go back to the warehouse and try and retrieve some more acid to get to Rephram. But that's just one idea, and I don't know if it's a great idea. For some reason, my instinct is maybe we should not split up, but I can't think of why.
I can't see in the dark.
We might be able to find a place that's lit that we can have you watch from. I have a lantern, if anything. You could set it up to make it look like it's supposed to be there.
Does anyone have the cantrips like Mold Earth or Minor Illusion or any of those like
Any of what?
occasionally useful ones?
Which ones?
Like Mold Earth or Minor Illusion?
I do. I have minor illusion.
You could just go to an alleyway and add a sheet of wall, and then you two stand in it
That would work.
and just hug each other. Or sit and chill. Make a crate, same thing.
It is an option.
That is absolutely an option. So which option are we going with, team?
That's a great question. I would love to split the party.
Same, because that actually worked out really well last time.
Yeah.
Let's keep this train going.
Yeah.
All right, bye guys. You have
Okay.
fun now. And then
Who's
everybody
heading where?
turns, and I think we're gonna stick around because we're, more sneaky, and you guys can head back that other way real quick. Plus, I'm curious to see exactly where the tower's shadow drops, where all the creeps come out to play. So, double boop.
Alright, do you want me to get... And then he boops me out of existence.
No, I
well,
was booping Naira and me.
Oh, thank God, because if you booped Lorem, he would just stop talking entirely. But uh, he
and
would just
Valco
ask,
goes,
"You can still smell
It's a little weird when you say it like that.
them. Yes, they're very stinky.
You can still
Um,
smell them.
I can smell you." He would just ask, "So, wait, you want us to go find Constable Jute, or do you want us to go get Refer? Try to get him some shit?
Well,
There's no way in hell I'm sneaking past everybody, especially Wander and I."
I was suggesting that Wander stay here with a lantern and you guys use that wall. I thought that's what we were doing.
Oh, if you want us all to stay here, we just wall it up.
No, I think
No,
that
Naira's suggestion was that Wander or Uther and Wander stay here. Naira and Lorium go to the warehouse or to Master Ephraim.
I know it
Oh.
is just so out
Oh.
of character for Naira to suggest not being next to Uther the whole time.
Sorry, I thought Uther was then being like, all right, Naira and I are staying here because we're stealthy.
Let's split the party. It'll be
Okay.
Wander and Uther and Lorian.
Okay.
Uh,
She said,
We'll s-
Uther and Lorium.
we'll see how this plays out.
You're going to send Boss off on her own? Nah, Lorium's going with her.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, good.
Okay, so Uther, did you then? So you are invisible and Wander.
Yeah.
If you two are staying here, okay.
and I will give you a lantern to use if you need it. And before I leave, I will tell Uther to stay safe.
Just put a lantern on the side of a wall somewhere. Just light it.
Yeah, that won't look suspicious. The only lantern lit in the entire area.
Exactly, it will draw us eyes.
And we pop out and kill them all.
Yeah, have fun.
I mean, there might be light from a moon. It might be dim light rather than total darkness.
I will pray.
Gods be praised.
Gods be praised. But yeah, so I mean, Uther and Wander probably find a place to hunker down for like the next 4 hours.
Okay. Two of you find a hidden spot where you can maximize kind of your vision of the approaching area. Wander, you are able to use your knowledge of the direction that the footsteps were heading to lead the pair of you to a rather fetid and turbid channel of the estuary that runs through this isle beneath the boardwalks and toward the outer sea. It's flanked on either side by lines of these ragged shanties. But the two of you are able to find a spot to post up where you have a pretty good point of view toward the boardwalk that a set of decrepit and broken down planks that are set into the mud and descend down toward the channel and a ragged bridge across it, which seems to be the destination for much of the foot traffic that you've noticed coming through this area. As you guys settle down to watch, we will come back to you. Meanwhile, Lorium and Naira, where are you heading?
I would like to go in the general direction of Dory's warehouse. I want to see if there's still a lot of activity there. I'm not trying to get too close or look too suspicious.
Mhm.
But I obviously if there is a lot of activity there, I want to see if I can locate Constable Jute. To see if we can just get in there officially. Otherwise, I'm looking for a good way in.
Okay. Um, so at this point, dark is starting to close in. Sunset is definitely creeping over the city. Uh, as you kind of get to the area around Dory's warehouse, you're able to kind of cross the street a little ways down the road and sort of glance down toward the warehouse to get an idea of the level of activity around it. And you see that by now things seem to have mostly quietened down. You can see a couple of figures in city guard uniforms outside the doors, which are sealed. But it actually seems pretty quiet now, as though any excitement that may have been, focused on this place in the morning has largely dissipated. There is a squad of probably about 5 or 6 guardsmen that seem to be stationed around the doors, but there's certainly no kind of major operation going on right now.
And I assume Constable Jude is not among them.
Uh, Actually, go ahead and roll me another perception check. Or not perception. Sorry. I meant percentile check.
Oh.
Uh, she does not appear to be there.
So
Although you got a 56. Let me check. Let me check my notes quickly. You do, however, recognize the figure of Constable Graham, who you last saw outside the dwelling estate.
lovely. Naira gets out her coin purse. Oh, this is going to be much easier than I thought, and much safer, I think.
Oh my god. This is gods. It's plural.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Nothing. I just hate dealing with these kisses.
I mean, if you really want to, we can bop them upside the head and go inside. That was going to be Plan C.
As much as I want to is probably a bad idea.
It very much would be, yes. Naira will get out her coin purse and take out. What do you think? What do you think, Laurium? 2 gold?
It's like volume on a TV. You have to go in increments of 5.
I 100% agree. You have convinced me. So she will get out 5 gold from party funds. Oh, you know what? It's going to be in 4 gold, and I'll tell you why. Because that gets us to 840 gold rather than 839. And then she'll say to Laurium, big smile. And she'll start walking toward Constable Graham.
No, I'm gonna roll this. Big smile.
Intelligence check. Ah,
Laurie just like,
Oh Lord, Laurium. That's what we call a snarl.
Just looks like a
You know what?
demon.
You do that tall, dark, and brooding thing real well. Why don't you just stick to that?
This is what happened. Yeah, it worked.
Uh, yeah, that's so much better. Um, and she puts on a smile and starts approaching Constable Graham.
And he's there having what looks to be just basically playing a game of dice with the other guards. And as the two of you approach, they'll stand up and like for a moment they kind of grip their spears a little bit. But as you approach, he seems to kind of recognize you for a moment and relaxes and kind of goes, stand down," to the rest of them. And he walks up and says, "Well, what's your business here? Councillor Dory's warehouse is closed following a disturbance."
Oh, of course. No, I've actually heard about that. In fact, did you have the unfortunate luck of seeing some of the things that were taken away from here?
Yeah, unnatural, creepy shit's been going on in there. Monsters.
Yes, and there's obviously some question about whether or not exposure to the stuff in this warehouse could cause problems. Constable Jute has asked us to arrange for antidotes, but to do that, we'll need some samples. I do believe I've also been asked to give you this advance, and she hands him 4 gold.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
Persuasion is not my strong suit.
You can do deception
Ooh!
instead if you prefer, because you did try and weave a little lie in there.
They're the same, and it's 24.
Oh, okay. 24. Well, that is more than sufficient. And he just goes, well, that's mighty generous of you. And of course, if God's only know what unnaturalness was being cooked up in there. If you are part of the effort to deal with its effects, far be it from me to stand in your way. Come on, gentlemen. Let's let them be about their business.
You're a good man, Constable Graham. Thank you so much. And she'll wink at him.
Thank you, my lady. And like they all kind of move over to the other door, very steadfastly, not watching the two of you. And I won't make you kind of go through all of the levels of it or anything like that. I assume the two of you climb up toward the vessel.
Yes.
Goddamn, clean this shit
Yeah.
out.
I'm looking to get some more vials of the acid, and wherever we find those, however long that takes. I have an investigation of +10 naturally, so I think my passive investigation is 20.
Yeah. So as you move through the warehouse, you can see that very clearly the place has been searched. Ransacked would almost be a better term. Practically every crate has been opened. The contents of some of them are still strewn about the floor. Much of it is mundane goods. Some of it you do recognize as alchemical components and similar kind of items. A great deal of it that you can see is missing. Large portions of what you know used to be here have been taken as part of whatever activity happened here today.
I
The higher
really
you
hope they are smart enough not to open that.
on the second floor, even more of the contents seem to be missing. Whole crates have just been taken from this area. The second floor of the warehouse looks about half of what was here is just now gone. You climb up to the 3rd floor, to the loft area, out across the rickety boards and onto Mr. Dory's ship. And here again, you can see the grate has been just pried out of the deck. The hatch to down below is standing open. And below, there are signs that the place has been very thoroughly ransacked. But also that, as you move around, you can also see that the people that were doing it were not the most thorough of individuals. This is not a pleasant place to be, to spend time in, especially not digging through the buildup of whatever alchemical oily substances were being used here.
Is it still
So there,
submerged?
portions of it, yes.
Naira is going to literally climb along the walls. She is not getting wet.
Just the floor is laving.
Yes. But she's got claws. She's got a climb speed. She can actually do this.
Yeah. So Naira is basically just like Spider-Manning along the ceiling and walls, while Laurie, I assume you're just sloshing through along the floor.
Sadly.
So they very clearly have gone through here and removed most of the vials and other things that you just saw scattered around the floor the first time you were here. But there is every chance that there are still some vials of interest remaining. So do go ahead and roll me a investigation check.
Can I
With
help?
advantage?
With advantage.
Yay, thanks for helping.
That's what I do.
19.
At first sight, though you do find several vials, none of them seem to hold the acidic compound that you're after. It
I'm gonna
looks
try
as
again.
though. Okay.
I'm being very thorough.
Okay.
One more time, anyway. 27.
27. Okay. You find what you believe to be. Let me just double check. You find 2 more vials of what you believe, based on the indicators that Master Rephram gave you, to be the unaltered acid of a black dragon.
Wonderful. Let's get out of here and get this back to Sir Rephram. And then... We didn't actually decide how we were going to meet up with Uther and Wander, did we? God damn, we can be real dumbasses sometimes.
I mean, yeah, but I assume I just go to the same place and either you start. Wait, can you do that little messaging thing? I forget.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, you can. You always do. You always whisper behind our backs and talk shit. We go to the. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take that to heart. We go to the same street.
Oh,
And
no,
just
it's
point
completely
that way.
true.
Fuck. You.
She said that completely dead face, by the way. Hold on, I gotta try deception here.
I'm not even gonna try to insight, but I'm gonna roll insight for shits and giggles.
Oh, you don't. You know I'm. You know I'm bullshitting you. Just barely, though.
That is amazing. You would still say fuck you.
But yeah, when we get close enough, I can message Uther and let him know that we're around and ask him what he wants us to do.
Or I can just yell real loud, real fucking loud.
That might work against the whole reason they're invisible right now.
Exactly, which is why I won't.
Anyway, so we take these vials and we go, unless there's anything else that catches our interest while we're here.
Actually, does Naira have another vial? Free, empty vial? Actually, I do. Wait, I had the greater healing potion. Just for shits and giggles, I'm just gonna. BG said it was similar, but not entirely the same. Yes, I'm going to pick up some of the liquid from the pool that they were soaking in,
Okay.
and I will hand that to Naira for a more detailed comparison.
Okie dokie.
And there we go.
Okay. You head back down through the floors of the warehouse, out onto the street where the 4 guardsmen are studiously engaged in their game of dice, and are able to walk back out into the darkening streets of Eldenil.
I love how that is such a cartoony image of just, hey, we pay these guards, all 3/4 of them just immediately turn the other way, and they're just, oh, look at that tree, that's a cool tree. The
Look,
entire
man.
time.
We just
If you
gave
were
him a
guarding
gold
convenience
piece.
store, I was gonna say, if you were guarding a
give 'em, like,
convenience
100
store and
bucks.
someone gave you $100, would you look the other way?
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
like $100 in a Yu-Gi-Oh card pack. Anyway,
Right, so you guys head back out into the streets of Eldenil, making your way back toward the crumbling aisle where you left.
No, I think we're stopping by Rephram first to
Okay.
give him the stuff so he can start working on more.
Okay. Did you want to RP that, or just say that you do that?
Unless we are going to get into a fight, I can just say that.
Okay. No, you are able to do that. He thanks you for the additional information. Promises to have an analysis of the stuff complete. When you hand him the other 2 vials, he does say that should be sufficient if you require it to create another 4 doses of the ameliorating potions. However, as he mentioned, he has used up all of his stock of ingredients that are necessary for these, and therefore, if you would be so kind as to go out to, if you will be able to find the necessary ingredients with a perusal of the local alchemy shops, but he does warn you, the ingredients could, if you want all 4, there'll probably be a cost of about 75 gold pieces worth of ingredients per additional dose you would like,
Okie doke.
above the 3 that he is already making for you.
Okie doke.
So he said, if you are able to deliver him the additional ingredients on that list at any point the following day, with a few more hours of work, he will be able to have the additional doses ready for you.
Okie doke.
somewhere in there, Lorium tries to let Nair know that he's carrying considerably, like, more than 400 gold personal fund that he is very willing to share.
We've got party funds, you guys.
I know, I just forget how fucking rich the party funds are, and I feel bad.
You don't have to feel bad. You are paying for it because the party funds, they get separated among all of us. So when I use party funds, we're all contributing.
Blood, sweat, and tears. I'll hit the next person we fight extra hard.
Okay. I just promise it's fair and fine.
Alright.
Okay. Meanwhile, back in the shadow of Thor's lamp, Uther and Wander, both please give me perception checks.
Ooh. Ooh.
All you hear in the alleyway, just a random fucking ape.
No, it's just Uther and Wonder talking to each other like,
You
I
got
know you two were Marines.
And you got a 5? Go fish. Shit.
Do you have any more
Ooh.
crayons?
A blue. But
I
it's
love blue.
blueberry favorite. That's
Blue's a
mine. No, it's
flavor.
mine. It's mine. It's
the best
blueberry. It's
flavor.
mine. It's mine.
Blue Crayola is literally the best flavor of Crayola.
1722. Okay. The two of you settle in to your watch. Your time as the shadows lengthen and join together, beginning to form night. As time stretches on, the desertion of the place remains largely unbroken. You see the bridge across this narrow little tepid stream that heads out toward the main estuary. The broken remnants of buildings on either side of it. But with a 17 and a 22, it's not too long before both of you see signs of movement. A figure darting from the tip of the bow of this broken ship that juts out from among the ruined buildings. Slipping over the railing and diving below with barely a splash into turbid water. Disappeared from view. Several minutes later, another figure, potentially the same one, but certainly the same kind, surfaces near the bow. Strange, misshapen claw hands reach up onto the planks, hauling themselves up and over the railing out of view. Sometime later, you hear footsteps approaching. A man, human, youngish, well-built, scarred, ragged-looking, appears at the top of the steps leading down to the water. As he descends, you wonder, are able to hear him speaking. And actually, Uther, you got a 17? You can hear that he is speaking, but you can't make out any words. But wonder, as he descends the steps, you can hear him speaking. The reason you can hear him speaking is that he's speaking loudly. Not like loudly, but he's also not just kind of muttering to himself. He's plainly speaking as though he were holding a conversation with somebody that were close to him. But you can't see anybody close to him. However, the words that he's saying form a prayer. They most of the words are in common. What languages do you speak?
Big old common and celestial.
Fair enough. About half of the words are in common. The other half are in a language that sounds familiar, but you do not understand. When he gets to those parts, his voice becomes slightly halting, but fervent. And chanting this to himself, these words, this prayer. Cross bridge, climbs up toward the deck of the ship, and then disappears into a portion of the wall here, where you see ragged strips of seaweed or kelp hanging down across an entryway. He parts them, ducks through, disappears out of sight. Some time passes. About 20 minutes later, same man reemerges. He seems calmer, still speaking the same words to himself. Both of you, please give me another perception check.
I am going to reload the game
Reload
because
again?
because I can't click anything.
Would be an issue.
It very much is.
Come on. Oh.
In the meantime, please, somebody, roll for me.
I mean, do you want me to roll a d20 and just add 10?
11, but okay.
Okay, 11. Small one.
Yeah, just do that. I'm sure Lorian won't get a 2.
18. This time, his voice is slightly lower, quieter, as though he's not quite so nervous or high-strung as he was when he entered. He seems firmer of purpose and stride as he steps back out, crossing over the bridge and back up the way he came. Uther, perhaps his confidence meant that he wasn't speaking quite so loudly, but you could barely make out his voice at all on this return trip. Not well enough to make out any words, unfortunately.
Just lots of creepy talk.
Precisely. Well, Wander, from what you could hear, as I said, they were essentially seemed to be a prayer of some sort. The portions of it were in common that you could understand, varied in terms of what they spoke of. They were kind of a rambling chant, but mostly focused on things like the strong shall be uplifted. When all is consumed, the truth shall be revealed. The worthy shall stand, all else shall crumble. They shall be sundered, they shall be broken, and the strong shall rule. Interspersed, as I said, with strange words whose meaning you couldn't quite grasp.
Hmm.
Time passes on. You see more of these men uh, emerging from the water or dropping from the bow. Never more than one or two at a time that you can see. Hard to tell if they are, in the gathering dimness. Hard to tell if they're the same figure or, multiple different ones. But they seem to just be moving around up into the water and out of it, around the bow of the ship.
They'll just say, well, isn't that interesting? Seems like the clues were pointing us here. Xaviering him.
How long does invisibility last, by the way?
Lasts for an hour. But as it
Ah.
would be coming to the end, I would, we'd be in our spot and I would
Mm.
essentially invisibox us.
Oh, okay. So at that point, you would put the
Yeah.
a minor illusion up. Okay. Yeah. In that case, I'm not going to say that you need to roll any kind of stealth because you're just staying in one place and it's fairly easy. You're far enough away that you can get away with that. But I will say that at this point, you feel the tingle of an incoming message as Naira, you have arrived back in the area.
Miss
Oh,
me?
hello, darling. So we're currently a box covered with dirty canvas. So if you want to keep following your compass towards me, as well as we were seeing these big creepy things in the water, I'm pretty sure we found our correct place. It's more of the fish guys.
Wonderful. We're not going to have to go in through the water, are we?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, fantastic. But yeah, Naira will continue to not go straight for him, and also keeping her eye out for people who might be noticing them.
Okay. Well, Naira and Lorian, please give me perception checks and I guess stealth checks.
Sure, bud.
You roll a 5 and a 1.
You think I will roll a 5 and a 1?
Yeah,
Well, there's a 10.
that's pretty much a 5.
That's base, and then. Oh my god. one of those
Ooh.
was a nat 20.
Damn.
There's the 5.
And that's my stealth, yeah.
Okay. You are able to guide your rather larger, less discreet companion through some quieter streets, away from the main route that Wander pointed out to you earlier. You don't notice anyone around. It seem deserted, quiet at this time of night. But you are able to arrive and stay out of sight around the back of around the back of a small house. Let me pull in a bit. Where is it? Where are you? There you are. Boop. And Mario. Like, you're staying back around the corner of a house to out of sight of where Uther described seeing the fisherman.
So should we come to you, or are you coming to us?
I can't move.
I'm gonna. Well, we're gonna solid snake this shit. Hold on, and then we're gonna start slowly just like having the box move along with us, just sliding.
You can do that, yes.
Yeah,
Just, like,
basically.
creeping our way, just that oddly floating box.
Well, it's obviously not a person, so why would they even pay it any mind? It's just a box.
Just a box.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please, just to kind of disguise your exit.
Come on.
Okay. And
Oh, look at that,
Naira and
22,
Lorem, you
22.
you see very slowly a box shuffle its way around the corner of the building in front of you,
Just
from
Uther's
which
face
emerges.
slowly slides out
Yes.
the middle of it. Come hither.
Hello there.
And you are able
Slowly
to
goes back in.
reconvene.
Hello there.
General Kenobi.
Wander starts stepping out.
The flash.
He's actually incredibly good at Go Fish.
Lorem takes out a sunblade, starts spinning it, drops it, and impales self. Whoops, not dexterous.
We played a lot of Go Fish. I'm really good at it.
Yeah, I hope you won.
So you got the anti-acid potions. Perfect. Let's kick in this door.
Did we pick up the end? Sorry, my brain.
No,
No,
the
they weren't
anti-acid
ready.
potions aren't going to be ready until tomorrow.
They weren't ready yet. But we
Oh.
were able to get some more samples, so if we pick up more supplies for him, he will be able to make us significantly more.
So what do you think we should do?
And I want you to know we did it without putting ourselves in any danger whatsoever, she sort of says in Wander's general direction.
And you didn't kill anyone.
No, I didn't. I didn't
Yeah,
even
that's
want
what I
to.
said. Mm-hmm. I believe you, honey.
What on or insight?
Don't worry about it. Wander believes her that they didn't put themselves in danger.
She wasn't lying.
I know she wasn't.
Well, much danger. I'm sure there's always a danger in like bribing guards, but whatever.
Not if you bribe him with enough money.
But yeah, so shall we sort of get out of here so we don't run the risk of being seen before we talk, or do you think we should say, you know,
Fuck it.
yeah, I wasn't gonna say that. I was trying to think of another way to say that, but
Yeah, that's why I'm here to say it straight for you.
thanks so much, Lorian.
Anytime.
Yeah, the
And
flashbang
as
kind of.
he has
Yeah.
now emerged from the confines of the illusion.
We should
Well,
probably
now we have
go.
to
Yeah, if we're not going to hit him tonight, then we should probably go back and finish our show.
Absolutely. And we can talk about everything we learned and then have a plan for tomorrow.
Okay.
Do we survive until tomorrow?
No.
Absolutely not. So, you guys head away from the lair of, that you were able to discover in the evening shadow, or in the evening shadow of Frother's lamp, and are you guys just walking back through the streets toward the Emperor's Rest?
Sure.
Probably be about a better part of an hour to walk your way back. This time of the night, the streets are mostly quiet, especially if you're in the alchemical quarter, and definitely, of course, in the collapsing isle. As you get back to High Isles, up here in the northern area, there is a little more activity even at this time of night. Some of the better quality of tavern, the ones that are actually, formal taverns rather than simply squalid dives that serve alcohol, do still have a little bit of evening entertainment going on. That is keeping at least a modicum of activity on the streets. And as you make your way into the Emperor's Rest, the innkeeper kind of gives you a look and sort of does the equivalent of kind of tapping her wrist, like, "Where have you been?" As you come in, you notice that the common room is quieter than it normally is when you have been beginning your show in previous nights, but she still juts her thumb toward the stage as you enter.
I'll raise both hands, giving that I give up surrendering gesture. No,
My
my
bad.
apologies. I didn't mean to come so late. I promise I'll make it up to everyone. As he smiles. You ready to go, darling? As he gestures towards the stage.
Yes, for you, always ready. As Lorium takes his hand. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, if you want to.
Nope.
I've
Married there?
never heard of this before, but called a
Oh,
striptease. I think
sorry.
with your form, you could make some decent money.
Naira's already handing Lorium her violin,
Shut up,
going,
Shut up.
please.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. No.
Have you ever heard the tale of Chip and Dale? Anyway, Naira and
I
Uther,
have been
please
rolling
both roll me your
shit on advantage
performance.
today. I think the highest I've rolled on advantage is 10.
The late hour, it's not, the audience doesn't quite give you the energy you're used to, and makes it a little bit difficult to bring your best to the performance, but still a very passable, like certainly by LNL standards, surpassing performance. But you both kind of are aware it's not your best work. But still, definitely able to inject life back into what was waning common room when you entered. And by the end of 2 hours, those that were stumbling home from the less fortunate taverns have found their way here as once again Jelor has opened up the windows and doors to let your music drift out into the streets of High Isle. And you are able to bring a decent amount of business despite the late hour to a common room. She seems pretty much satisfied with your performance and comes back and plonks 2 gold back down onto your table as you come back down. And you get an additional 5 gold, however, in grateful tips from your audience.
Not bad, not bad.
It is such a
Well, I'll
satisfying
take
number
it.
of gold.
Then make my way back over, hopping down, uh, back to the group and just say, so, what do you think? Tomorrow we just picking up the potions and then waiting it out till sundown again to get the drop on the baddies? Or was there something else we wanted to do?
We could let Constable Jute know what we have discovered and perhaps see if she could try and wrangle some backup to meet us there. I don't expect them to go in with us, but maybe if we drive people out, they can be arrested.
He just looks towards Wander and says, do you have the magic to pull that off? Would it be too burdensome? Or do you think you could inform her for us?
I could inform her. Now?
Nods. Yes, I think before you get your rest in.
Now, how
And-
do I fit this into 25 words?
And do we
Come
think
here, want help. Go on.
do we think we should wait until the evening, basically see if we can catch people in the act, or do we think it would be a good idea to go when there's less people there?
That's true. It might not be a bad idea. Well, there's two thoughts about it. As he's gonna hold up both hands. One of them, we get all of them in there, right? Well, now they're all in there. So when we wipe it out, there's gonna be way less of it and a lower chance of coming back, recovering, moving to a new place. But also, there's more in there, and that means more to deal with for us. Or go middle of the day, probably less, but also we didn't wipe it out, so to say. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. So neither one's the best idea, but neither one's the worst.
Well, what we could do is ask Jute to meet us at Referum's rather than at the location. We can have her meet us there perhaps in the morning when we go to pick up the stuff, and we can ask her opinion. Would it be better for prosecutorial purposes to try and catch them in the act, or to see if there's evidence that points to them without actually having to encounter them?
Taps his lip. You know, I'm not really sure prosecutorially, because normally I have kind of the, well, I guess, power to do this.
Jurisdiction.
So I don't. Thank you. But
Advantage. Oh, take inspiration. That's great. Great little interaction. I love that so much. I don't know why that tickled me so much. That was great.
Yes, thank you.
But if you think that it'll matter that, we weren't, as he does quotation fingers, legally allowed to do that, then it probably would be best to find the most proper way to gather the evidence.
And Naira's glance will slide to Wander before she says yes. I think it would be best to do this in the most right and proper way.
I agree with you. I just feel like I'm acting with royal writ, so sometimes I forget about the smaller law problems, so to say.
So while I'm pulling out my iPhone 6 to text Jute, is there anything beyond we found more people want to talk to you that we want to tell her?
Yes, she should meet us in the morning at Referum's. What time
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
morning?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. What time? That is what I'm missing.
After breakfast.
Yeah.
Preferably.
Well, some people have breakfast at noon, all right? Don't judge me.
What about second
Don't
breakfast?
judge me.
Yes. So we found more of these diseased people near Frother's Lamp. Would like to speak to you at Refrum's home. At after dawn, shortly after dawn.
Whoa!
Sound good?
Breakfast. Naira gets up at like
What
9
do you
o'clock
eat
in the morning.
Oh my! I'm saying noon.
Naira would have an actual reaction to that too. I'm sorry, did you say dawn?
Yes.
Dare you?
How dare you? All right. This is the mechanism.
Naira looks at Uther with urgency and be like, "Do people really get up that early?"
He just gives you this like look of being in the military and an elf. Where he's like, yes.
Real quietly wonders, goes, do people really sleep that late?
Darling, 6 a.m. for me, sleeping in.
It's like we've been spoiled this whole time.
She's just horrified. She's like, "That's weird."
Glorious.
Okay, so you are finding a moment and sending that to Constable Jute.
Yeah. I'll just do it at our fucking table while they're partying.
Yeah, okay. You focus on your holy symbol, send the words out into the world, and you get back. Hello? Hello? I can hear you. Okay. If you can hear me, I'll okay. Okay.
Is easily is easily my favorite word to send with sending.
Well worth
Um,
the third
How
level cells.
how long does this thing last? I'm not really cuts off.
that basically is what happens. It's like, can you still hear me?
Then what did she say?
She'll be there.
I was genuinely expecting you to say, hello?
Just 3 ums followed by 4 hellos before an okay,
Several
and then several
okays.
more ums. Yeah. Almost want to do it again just to mess with her.
Evil
Just like-
arc, evil arc. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Switch from forge to trickery real quick.
So you are able to make that send. You receive back the rather confused and concerned reply that nonetheless does manage to communicate a more or less assent to this plan or proposal, at least.
Good, 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 good.
Is anyone else doing anything else?
Naira has probably been putting together a map of this city. By the way,
Mhm.
just every night sketching it out a little bit more, which is a just habit of hers. She likes to have maps of places she's been.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check then.
Oh my god, she doesn't like this place very much.
I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, this place is very difficult. You know how to map natural things because they have correct annotations, and proper cities with proper structures because they have addresses and streets and things that make sense. This place is a ruin. It's difficult to map a ruin because nothing makes any fucking sense because it's all bloody fallen over and it's all just crap. And Naira is very offended that none of the streets here actually have names, and there's no street signs, and there's hardly anything worth calling a street. It's all just a bunch of alleyways that run together, and it's all just ruins and rotten cardboard and rotten wood, and very difficult to actually make a map of.
Just trying to make a map of a favela.
Basically, yeah.
Ugh.
But that's it.
Okay.
Uh,
So yeah, it's just a very frustrating exercise, unfortunately, for her.
This place is gross
You
and
do
it
know-
smells, and I should probably just rub dirt all over this map for the most accurate. Anyway.
just turns
Okay.
into that really creepy drawing that the 5-year-old gives you. Mommy, mommy, look what I drew. It's just like horror personified on paper.
Goes up on the fridge just to disappear the next day.
Anyway, is anyone else doing anything tonight?
I'll try to do more work on the handle.
Okay.
Boomstick handle after almost destroying it the last time.
I need one thing potentially though.
Okay.
God, do we ever because say probably not different somehow? Do we not identify the deck of illusions that we have? Question.
No, you've never. I don't believe you've ever actually identified that. The deck that you got from Brolin, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think you've ever actually identified that.
Lorian will ask Wander if he could please identify the deck because it may be useful.
Wander stops his work and then takes a minute to identify the deck because it may be useful.
Okay. This is the deck of minor things. It essentially is a deck of cards that is used by essentially like conjurers to perform stage magic, basically. It is actually magical, and the cards uh, do. But basically, drawing like it's impossible to say, even with the use of identify, what drawing a card will do. Each time a card is drawn, um, it will. Originally, the deck probably had about 70 cards in it. At the moment, there are 50 cards left, including the one that you drew, or but not including the one that you had already drawn. It is impossible to say precisely what any card will do when drawn, because all like when you focus on the magic within the deck, all schools of magic are present within it.
Hmm.
Like it has illusion, it has enchantment, it has abjuration, evocation. They are all in there. So there is no telling what any card will do when you draw it. And there is also, with Identify, you can tell basically a function of the magical effect of like the item is that each time you draw a card, it is impossible to tell, even if you fan all the cards out and ordered them, and then like tried to draw a specific one. There is no telling what that card would do, or which card it would be when you drew it. Most of the magical effects, based on the strength of the magical field around them, would be, as the name would suggest, relatively minor effects, but you have no idea what they may be, how useful, destructive, or otherwise they may be.
Hmm.
So you're saying if we try hard enough, we can create the sun.
Could be funny.
No.
So you're saying there's a chance.
But yes, the deck of minor things.
A small sun.
Edit that. Quick edit. Dick. Yeah.
It's just crossed my mind. I should probably also message Rephram to tell him we're gonna show up with Constable Jude to plan.
Oh yeah.
That'd probably be helpful.
Yeah, I'll text Rephram.
And before everybody passed out and went to bed, Naira would be kind of stuck watching, instead of a song, uh, he would be editing the like a illusion, a run through of what we've been going through, but it's like Michael baying it up, so it's not entirely on the fly. Where it's like, oh yeah, these guys were a bit taller, and the fish creatures, yeah, they had huger muscles, and then there was there was things they were casting stuff. All of them had wands, and reverting it, replaying it through the major image in
Oh,
the room.
Naira
It's
is not stuck watching this at all. She's cross-legged and watching with just absolute fascination. She's enjoying the shit out of this.
As then it's like the zooming in on people's faces, adjusting it, and then running it through like magazine filters. So all of a sudden,
Like, am I
everybody's like
dashing enough?
standing
Which
out.
side? Is it this my good side or that my good side?
Oh, shush. That
Do you
doesn't
think?
look like
What do
me
you
at
think?
all.
Should the scarf be red or?
That is a
Anyway,
remarkable talent you have, Aether.
there's importance in stories. It can, affect some things.
Wander, you send this message and receive a rather more cogent response from Referent. A few moments after you send this out, you hear, "Ah, thank you. The ameliorating potions are well underway and are brewing. They will be ready upon your arrival."
See, this guy gets it.
And you kind of get the impression that he sort of cuts off the magic from his end at that point.
Ooh, sassy.
Doesn't feel the need to use all 25 words.
What a baller. Oh my.
Oh my god.
He's so cool and edgy.
uh, and with that, if you wish, you all may take your long rest.
Real quick, I'm
Yeah.
gonna Artisan's Blessing.
Oh,
I'm gonna
yes,
use my
yes.
Channel Divinity.
Okay. Since you are Artisan's Blessing it, go ahead and do roll your woodworking tools, but do so with advantage.
Alright,
There
alright.
is zero chance of you causing any destruction since you are using your Artisan's Blessing, but this is simply to see how much progress you make in the production of the blasting rod handle.
Alright. Yeah.
uh, you figure with the start that you had made before, you're maybe a little under halfway there.
And given that I have to have some form of metal in it, I will use I will use the 2 locks that I fucked up a while ago.
Okay.
And I will use
Melting
that
them into
to-
some of these channels that you're carving into the wood, creating the inlay.
I will have it to where one side is kind of coated in this pretty, I don't know, what's the word? Like stripes, I guess, of blue, and the other side is green,
Okie doke.
and that'll be that.
Okay. Now, quick. Everybody, take your long rests. Quick above the table question. We don't currently know if Curse of Strahd is happening tomorrow. I am fully prepared to run a double feature, if so. And regardless of whether we do tomorrow or not, because if we do decide to pause here, because this seems like a natural stopping point, if we do want to pause here, I will say that because we are at this point expecting it to be a double feature, Critspiration will be continued until next week, regardless
Would.
of whether we play tomorrow or not. But is everybody cool to pause here, and then I am fully prepared to run a double feature tomorrow, or if not, we can continue next Friday.
I mean, I'm good to pause.
Yeah.
I'm good to pause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of me really wants to draw another card since last time I summoned a bird that seemed real.
Oh, it was.
Oh, it
You
was.
created a bird
Oh
out
yeah,
of
that
nothing.
was a real bird. You summoned a bird, my guy.
Man, I really want to draw a card.
Lauren would ask if Wander would like to draw a card. Last time I created birdie,
Not
you
at all.
created live.
Not at all.
Damn it.
I have been fucked by the deck of many things too many times to draw from a lesser deck.
I don't know what the deck of minor things is.
It is a vendetta between me and the deck of many things.
I want
Either I will find a way to destroy it, or it will continue to kill me.
I want a deck of many things so bad.
You
I
will
don't,
kill
I don't at
Wander
all.
so
I don't
quickly.
at all.
No,
I
you
don't
don't
at all.
understand. Naira is the perfect one to find a deck of many things. Nothing bad happens.
I haven't learned a thing.
She just pulls it. She's like, "Hey, I'm a queen now, apparently. Queen of the whole world." Oh, well, isn't that lovely?
Wander draws a card, his soul is rent from his body, and he is sent to a prison forever.
Oh no. Oh, hang on,
That
I've got a
sounds like-
bunch of wishes now.
a great thing to happen in the middle of this scenario.
Yeah, 100%.
We're gonna be meeting tomorrow. All of our souls are just trapped.
But I mean, Lorium, you do have like the deck in your hand. No matter like as you shift it around, you note the cards stay in a neatly stacked pile. There is a kind of faint tingle as you bring your hand toward them, almost like the tingle that calls your hand to your sword hilt every time you sort of reach for the top card.
If I see him start to pull one, I'm going to smack his hand.
No.
Stop it!
Water smacks Lorium's hand. That wisdom ability check was the opposite. High is bad.
I mean, so Wander, do you actually like try and stop Lorium?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This only, this only seems like a good thing to me. It summoned a bird. Oh wait, do the objects get or the cards? Do they completely become unusable after?
You don't know. Or well, actually, because you
How do I know?
identified it, Wander, you would know. And so I assume you may have described this to Lorium that
Yeah.
yes, these are expendable resources. So there are 50 cards, but once all 50 cards are drawn, then the deck basically fizzles. As the cards are drawn, each card fizzles away as the magic is expended.
I was gonna say he would go to bed and draw one, but I have an Ultron sitting in the corner of the room.
Just the eye of judgment. Like,
The Eye of Sauron burns bright.
What was the movie? Never mind. I gotta find the movie.
Oh, I was gonna say he wouldn't contest you if you told him not to. He wouldn't do it.
I was just sure that you were gonna make me contest you, so I was like, all right, let's get out of the way. Get your
Trust me,
30.
It's funny. I'll roll it just for shits and giggles, but he's not contesting you.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, go ahead, get this.
No, see? He would have beaten it. I've had a streak lately of rolling garbage on athletics checks.
yeah, you really have. It's except when you're jumping. Whenever you're jumping, you roll like a nat 17.
But anyway.
But anyway, yeah. So we will call it there for tonight. If Curse of Strahd isn't happening, I will be. We will Land of Thunder crowns it up, starting at 7 p.m. Otherwise, I shall see you all at on Friday. And regardless of what happens, Naira, you can maintain your critspiration. If it is going to be next Friday, though, somebody else can also write a recap, and you can go into the session with double critspiration if you wish.
Woot woot. We're gonna be
I don't like
facing
the
something
implications of
scary.
that. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I'm not even scared.
Fucking
I'm
dragon.
never scared.
He's like, oh, you really thought that it was just gonna be one ancient dragon?
Oh, that's a shame.
It's just a dragon, and then we use Uther to tame it.
It's actually just a great worm. You know,
Oh,
like
God, it
above
could
an ancient
happen.
dragon.
Use a persuasion tag. Natural 20, 31, plus 4, 35, plus 10 because I say so and I already wrote it down. 40.
Plus a d6.
What's Naira inspired me? Yeah.
Whoa, you could actually have a fucking 41.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, it is entirely feasible that Uther could get 40 plus on a persuade check.
Amazing.
Anyway.
Damn, he handsome.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't care. You're not allowed to seduce a dragon. No.
But why?
Just like, oh, but come on.
I'm just faintly on the horizon, but I'm in love. Dun 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 dun. Now I'm a believer.
Now we just have to find a Farquad.
We did find it.
Anyway.
Good night.
Yep. Good night, everybody.